Good evening, everyone. Please stand for the pledge and remain standing. Thank you. Let's take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Dickey.
Here.
Vice Mayor Friedel. Councilmember McMahon. Councilmember Charno.
Here.
Councilmember Magazine. Councilmember Spellich.
Present.
Councilmember Grzybowski.
Present. Thank you so much. We start with our reports from mayor and council members and town manager. Grady?
Thank you, Mayor. I know other council members will report on this, but I just want to let you know that last week we had the annual League of Arizona Cities of Towns, and it was a great conference. It was held here locally in the Valley, and it was great. The sessions were very, very helpful. So anyways, that's all I have to report at this time.
I second that. We really had a great time at the conference. It was really very educational and informative. It was nice to meet other mayors, council members, and officials from all over the state to listen to what, issues they're facing and concerns about water and other things. So it was really nice to get to know them and compare things like that. Also, I wanted to remind everybody that this week on Thursday evening at 7 o'clock at Fountain Park, we're going to have Ballet Under the Stars. It is a free event, so please join us. It always is a wonderful evening. Thank you.
I do have one thing. It was postponed for a week because of weather, but the Back to School Bash did go off, and the coalition had a table out there with several other businesses and groups, and a ton of little kids out there. I tell you, it was a fun night, and a lot of swimming suits and getting wet, and a lot of good information and fun out there. So, and I know we're going to recognize community services tonight, but it was a good job on the bash. So thank you.
Thank you. Our Economic Development Director, Amanda, had a great idea, which was to have her and Betsy Lavoie at the Chamber and a council member meet with the owners of the restaurants. And so we met at Bachelor's Pad, and I can't say enough good things about the owners. I mean, they're doing everything right. One of them has a lot of experience as a restaurateur, and the other's a PhD economist. That's a heck of a combination. She and Betsy are working very close together, and as issues come up in these discussions, if they need to be at least considered by the town, then Amanda's going to act as the sort of ombudsman to try to decide what to do with those ideas to see whether or not they require any additional action.
We had our first Make a Difference Day Planning Committee meeting, so I'm going to use this as my reminder to tell y'all it's coming up on October 22nd. You can still sign up to volunteer from the town's website, click Residents, then click Volunteering. And like the town manager and council member McMahon said, we attended the annual Arizona League of Cities and Towns Conference. There were a lot of great breakout sessions last week, including one titled, "Is the Arizona Legislature as Chaotic as It Seems?" Karen Fan, the Senate president, said yes, and we concluded the meeting, and that was the end. No, I'm kidding. That is actually how she kind of started. But during our open comments, she made it a point to say that the state legislature used to be so much more nonpartisan than it is now. And that led to a really good conversation among the three panelists that were up there. The League really puts on an informative conference, and I appreciate you guys letting us go to the entire week. and I was glad to see 2 of our council-elect members there. I think I ran by Hannah on Wednesday and Brenda on both Thursday and Friday, but there's so many people there, it's hard to run into the same person 2 times. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we really had a great time. One of the presenters mentioned how different it was because, obviously we didn't have it in 2020. And then in 2021, they had it with trepidation, right? I mean, we all still had that feeling. So this was the first time that all of us were together like that, where we really had that great feeling of togetherness. The River Time had the fundraiser, so that was really fun. Several of us were here for that. We had our Fountain Hills Cares meeting. I didn't write the date of when it's going to be. It's October, but it'll be a Thursday night, and it'll be concentrating on veterans. Had a MAG Regional Council meeting. Had our Mayor's Youth Council kickoff, and that was fun. A great group of kids, a big group of kids. And they all came to the league and carried our flag and went to leadership sessions all day long. Sharon had lunch with them, so that was awesome. And again, I really appreciate everybody who went to the league. We had resolutions that you all had seen, and they were all adopted, and then the business meeting adopted them. So those will be sort of what they concentrate on over the year during the session. And then Mayor Carlott from Peoria stepped down, and then Mayor Nichols from Yuma is the new president. So it was a very good unifying group, and look forward to hearing and exchanging some of the sessions that we all tried to go to different sessions. So our next item, I have a proclamation and a recognition, so I'm going to come down there and bring these 2 items. Our first one is a proclamation for Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, and then we're going to recognize an outgoing commission member. So we'll start with the ovarian cancer one, please, and I think we've got Jean Baldwin and Jamie Aiken, if you want to come up, and I will present it. Well, maybe I'll start with John Kraft, if that's okay, and then maybe the 2 ladies will get here. So you're up. Come on. I have your certificate, and I'm going to read nice things about you. Yes, please. Certificate of Appreciation for John Kraft for his dedicated time and service on SPAC, our strategic planning, and I'm going to read this right here. You hold it, sir. All right. We would want to take this opportunity to thank John Kraft for who was appointed a commissioner on SPAC by the Town Council in November of 2014, and who served as chairman of the commission from 2019 until April of 2022. During the duration of his service on the commission, John took an active role in all of the projects and activities that the commission undertook, including the development and council approval of the 2022 strategic plan. The knowledge, dedication, and contributions that John has made to the process of developing a strategic plan for our town of Fountain Hills are greatly appreciated by both the council and your fellow commissioners, and I dare say the community at large. So first, let's say thank you and clap, and then you can say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess after 8 years, I'm fully vested. Is that correct? I don't know. It's been an interesting travel. We have a remarkable community. We have gone from strategic plans that were very difficult to administer, and today, I think, over the last couple of iterations, we now have one that's measurable, that's dedicated to the important priorities that this town has. So it was a distinct pleasure to be a part of this group and organization. And I'm moving on to the Fountain Hills Dark Sky Association to kind of help them. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all your hard work.
Mayor, can I say something quick? Jerry, Vice Mayor.
Sorry.
I had the pleasure of serving with John on SPAC. So John, I want to say thank you. You're a good leader, and the town's going to miss you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And yes, you made the strategic plan comprehensible and doable. So we really appreciate that. Is Jean here or Jamie? Jamie Aiken? No? Well, I'm going to read this. There's a proclamation for Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas ovarian cancer is one of the most common forms of cancer among women and causes more deaths than any other gynecological cancer, and whereas it's estimated that 19,880 cases of ovarian cancer will be diagnosed in the U.S. this year, with an estimated 12,810 women who will lose their lives, whereas there's no test or screening exam that can detect ovarian cancer in its early stages, and only 20% of all cases are found early. And if the cancer is caught at a stage 3 or higher, their survival rate could be low as 30%. And whereas Arizona has the 6th highest incident and mortality rates in the Southwest, with over 70% of its cases being diagnosed at late stage, and whereas doctors across the country are currently conducting clinical trials and researching ovarian cancer, for the time being, awareness through education is the best tool for early detection and an increased chance of survival. And the National Ovarian Cancer Coalition Arizona is organizing a statewide event in September to light up for ovarian cancer in an effort to promote awareness about the disease that whispers, to honor survivors, and to remember lives lost. Therefore, I, Jenny Dickey, Mayor of Fountain Hills, do proclaim September 2022 as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month in Fountain Hills, and we will light up our famous fountain in Teal on September 16th through the 18th to increase awareness in this community and honor those who are or have been affected by ovarian cancer. And we'll make sure that we get this to the folks who requested. Thank you. Our next item is the aforementioned public appearance by our Community Services Department. And Rachel will come do the honors. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm often here usually to discuss policy or projects that are going on in our community and that affect our day-to-day operations. Today, however, I am here to shine a light on our Community Services Department and the staff that makes our events, our programs, and our services happen. With that, I'd like to ask any of our staff that are here this evening, as well as our commissioners, to please stand. These are the individuals who embody the spirit of our department's mission. It is through their continued commitment and collaborative spirit that we are able to succeed. Community Services is the largest department within the town. We represent many things to many residents. We are the places of nature, of exercise, of play. We are the trails, the home-delivered meals, the movies, and the park. We are an integral part of family memories, of community pride, and we nurture growth and exploration at all ages. It is through our staff and our commissioners that we are able to make an impact each and every day. With that said, we are the liaisons with many of our community partners, including our formal commissions, both our McDowell Mountain Preservation Commission and our Community Services Advisory Commission. But we also have our Mayor's Youth Council, which we mentioned earlier today. We have our Fountain Hills Coalition. We have Encore for More. We have the Fountain Hills Conservancy. We have so many groups that we act and cooperate with. And our staff takes play very serious. While many see our department as the fun group, which we are also very proactive in our field. Many of us serve in leadership positions within the state association. We've made commitments to further our professional development as well as the development of our programs and our overall department. You are aware of our many high-vis projects in our parks, most recently our splash pad renovations as well as the overhaul of our playground within Fountain Park. But it seems our park team of 6 full-time staff outworks a crew of twice that size. We are lucky to have a dedicated team that wants to not just maintain our parks, but make improvements both large and small. The details matter to this crew, and it can be seen each and every day, from taking on internal projects to maximize tight budgets, to creatively approaching problems to find better and more effective solutions. We love our events in Fountain Hills. And based on community feedback, we have been asked to increase the number of events offered. That is no small task with limited funding and staffing, but our events team makes it look easy. With help from community partners and sponsors, the support of our volunteers, our events have never been better. The Spooky Blast, the newly designed Halloween celebration, is a great example of how this team has reinvented an event, making it bigger and better than ever. Moving from the Avenue of the Fountains to Four Peaks Park allowed us to repurpose budget that was previously used for lighting and road closures and expand the event with inflatables, a DJ, and a dance floor. The event was an overwhelming success, and we look forward to hosting again later this fall. As we all know, the community center is the heartbeat of Fountain Hills. The staff is a dedicated bunch that supports programs for all ages, events, performances, parties, dinners, and so much more. But the heartbeat of the community is more than a place. It is the people, the staff, the members, the visitors that bring the community center to life. No matter what program or event is happening, the smiles, the connections, and the relationships that are built are what make the community center such a special place. One particular component housed in our community center is our senior services division. Dedicated to providing recreation outlets and support to our senior residents, this division is one of the most active and beloved parts of our community. Whether it's mahjong, poker, chess, afternoon movies, or a country dance, or as I was reminded, ping pong later tonight, there is always something happening with our senior services. We are lucky here in Fountain Hills to have hundreds of dedicated and talented volunteers in our community, much like John Kraft, who was just honored for his volunteer service. Thousands of service hours are contributed annually and make an impressive impact. As we all know, these projects and programs don't organize themselves, and it takes the effort of our small volunteer staff to help coordinate this army of change makers. Our Make a Difference Day is a good example of a large community effort that engages more than 300 volunteers. But we also have ongoing programs such as Care Cards and Give a Lift that connect our residents and our volunteers year-round. The beauty of our volunteer program is we have opportunities for anyone that wants to get involved. From top programs to our senior softballers, our recreation division has something for everyone. Through the diligence and creativity of our rec team, our teens and our sports programs have both seen significant growth, and the addition of our Cornhole League and Skate Classic are just two examples of the new programming they have added. There is no limit to the number of cool classes and programs that are coming down the pike because we want to make sure that Fountain Hills is indeed a place to live, work, and definitely play. So, with all of this in mind, I'm proud to share that Fountain Hills has been named a gold medal finalist for a second consecutive year. As you might remember, this is a very prestigious and challenging award to win and is recognized as the highest honor a Parks and Rec department can achieve. A lengthy written application was submitted at the start of the process, and from there, 4 national finalists were named in each division. It sounds rather cliche to say it is an honor just to be nominated, but in this case, it is true. To be a finalist is recognition and validation that we are leading the way in park and recreation management, in innovative problem solving, and in community collaboration. We will know which of the finalists brings home the gold in 2 weeks as we attend the National Recreation and Park Conference in downtown Phoenix. That means 2 weeks from tonight, so our next council meeting will know one way or the other. And as you also may remember, once named as a finalist, the staff was challenged to develop a 5-minute video to showcase our town and to visually articulate our written application. That is no small task because we had about 3 weeks to make that happen. But tonight I would like to share our video, our debut airing of our video, and celebrate the staff that have made Fountain Hills a gold medal contender.
Connections and relationships are what we're all about here in Fountain Hills. By actively engaging our residents, creating inclusive, accessible spaces, and partnering with our business community and organizations, we know the best way to succeed is together.
I see our people out that work within the community. They own it, they love it, and they really take pride with engaging within our members here, and that really stands out. You don't really see that within other towns at all.
Our modest team of 17 full-time employees goes above and beyond to make a big impact in our community of 24,000 residents. With zero property tax, a tight budget means finding outside funding. Our grants and partnerships have produced more than $550,000 of funding and support. In 2021, we saw more than $100,000 in donations, partnerships, and grant funds. This support allowed the addition of a new Musco mini pitch and the expansion of the Fountain Hills Music Festival. These are just some of the ways that our team leverages critical funding to create new, positive ways for our residents to connect as a community. What better way is there to connect than through any of our 25 events or hundreds of programs? That means creating opportunities for kids, teens, adults, and seniors alike. We know that teens can be especially tricky to reach, which is why we set our sights on creating events just for them. One event, our Community Center Teen Takeover, attracted over 150 teens with karaoke, dodgeball, games, food, and more, all made possible by our small business partners. As you can imagine, our extreme Arizona heat is not always friendly to users of our skate park. Through a creative partnership with Musco, new LED lights were installed, allowing evening access for the first time ever. This effort increased usership by 300%. As a bonus of the renewed community interest, we introduced our first Skateboard Classic competition, which attracted more than 250 attendees and 31 teens and adults to show off their skills. Connection also means making amenities accessible and resident-focused. This commitment inspired several projects, including the 2-year effort to install the Desert Vista Park crosswalk that has increased walkable park access for more than 400 homes. At Four Peaks Park, a new accessible entry point was added to the south end of the park, creating improved access for users of all ages, skill, and mobility levels, connecting them to the park's 10-foot wide pedestrian loop, playgrounds, sport courts, restrooms, and more. We are proud to maintain 5 parks, 2 trailheads, and a 30,000 square foot community center, which underwent a $1 million makeover last year. It is home to more than 80,000 guests each year and is the hub of our senior programs, including Care Cards, which has blossomed from a COVID support effort into a popular community-wide activity, with our senior residents receiving over 30 local cards per month and dozens more from as far away as Cape Cod and Alaska.
It goes to the most neediest of those in our community, our shut-ins, those who are on the home-delivered meals, people who don't normally have an interaction with anyone.
Our connection to our community also means preserving and protecting the environment that makes Fountain Hills so special. The majestic night skies are one of our most revered natural resources and are protected through lighting conservation efforts within our parks, our business districts, and residential areas. As a result of this commitment, Fountain Hills was recognized as the 17th Worldwide International Dark Sky Community. Our efforts to preserve our resources are a commitment to today's residents and those in the years to come. And in planning for those years to come, we are constantly looking for ways to adapt and improve our parks, our facilities, and our programs. One impressive example was the 2-year effort to preserve our one-of-a-kind fountain. Modernizing this unique structure was no easy task, but resulted in installing a computerized wind micrometer to control fountain height and improve run capabilities on breezy days. After much research, we successfully upgraded the aging lighting elements to create a spectacular, full-color LED light system that debuted at the fountain's golden anniversary celebration. It's plain to see that our innovation, creativity, and excellence drive our department to make Fountain Hills one of the coolest places in the desert. Our passion, our commitment, and our ingenuity can be seen in our events, our programs, and our parks. But it's our relationships as a team and as a community that truly makes Fountain Hills shine.
So we're excited. We'll know in 2 weeks.
Well, that was a wonderful video, and obviously we love what you do. Anybody have any comments or questions? Alan?
Yeah, Rachel, I want to thank you and your staff and the commissioners for the incredible job you do. Your productivity is off the charts. I don't know, even though everybody stood up and it looked like you had a staff of 25, but I still don't know how you do it all. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, and thank you to our staff. It really is fantastic.
I always tell Rachel how much I love the Community Services Department. I'm so excited you guys are actually here, so I can tell you guys, I am so proud of you. I swear I almost cried when I saw that video. And it was the first time I saw it too, I promise. Anyway, you guys do a great job. We love you. The community loves you and loves what you do. And yes, they want more of all of that stuff.
Rachel, tell people how many visitors do we have to our community center?
We have roughly 80,000 folks through the doors on an annual basis. It's a pretty popular place. So with that, thank you guys. We will keep everyone updated. And once again, thank you to our staff and commissioners that are here this evening.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, all of you. Again, we have, some of us here have been around for a while, and the skate park thing just kills me, because like my son, my 30, whatever he is now, but that's what he did, as a kid, and that was something new that, Phyllis and others put together, and to just see it like that and then have an event there is just amazing, and it just shows you how you're adapting and growing and taking care of us, so we really appreciate it. Yes, Grady.
Just one final word. Rachel, to you and your staff, kudos to all of you as well as the commissioners. So this is exciting, and I think what gets missed is that the finalist in this organization is not the same as what you think of it in another award category for different organizations. A finalist really means you are an award winner. You're just not getting the top named award. So until the final comes out. And so what I'd like to do is we do have our meeting, a council meeting on the same night. So if Rachel can just text me, I know that we're all excited, and we'll make an announcement live during the council meeting. Hopefully it doesn't run, your meeting doesn't run so late. I like to kind of not jinx ourselves, but could you do that and try to text me if you do win?
Absolutely.
So we can get that live and out to our residents as soon as we know.
Absolutely. What's that?
When you win, correct.
We'll see. It would be fun to win in our home state, but there's no guarantees. It's like I said, it's no easy task. And you're right, Grady. Being nominated as one of the final four really does illustrate that we do what we do very well. But doesn't mean I don't want to bring home the gold. That is for sure.
Well,
So yes, we will keep you posted.
Fountain Hills first and the Cardinals next, home field advantage. We really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, you guys.
Any other comments? Thanks. I believe that Jamie Aiken and Jean Baldwin have come. We already did the, but if you want to come up, I'll give it to you. And if you have anything that you had planned to say, you're certainly welcome to do that. Okay? Thank you. So we'll have you say a few words if you like, and welcome to Fountain Hills. Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Fountain Hills, for presenting us with this proclamation today. This might seem like a small token to you, but to us, it's a huge step forward in our ability to fulfill our mission, which is we strive to prevent and cure ovarian cancer and provide supports to ovarian cancer survivors and their caregivers. And awareness. We constantly struggle up a hill teaching people about the signs and symptoms of ovarian cancer because there is no early detection system. Sadly, this year, the number of women who are diagnosed in late-stage ovarian cancer increased from 70% to 80%. So proclamations like this are huge in our efforts in getting broad adoption throughout the state, in teaching women to understand the signs and symptoms and to talk to their doctors. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. And she gave us this information, and maybe we can put something up, and we will be turning the fountain teal. So I think the date's on there someplace. Yes, the 16th to the 18th.
You just gave me chills. Thank you so much.
We have another presentation now from our Economic Development Department, and Amanda is see her on her way. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. All right, so thank you. I'll be giving a fourth quarter update. So that's April through June of 22. And then similar to the last time I was here, I may add a little bit if it just sort of makes sense that is happening in this first quarter. And if you guys have any questions, I know you waited the last time, but if you want to interrupt me, feel free to do so. So we'll kick off with business attraction. And so we had 2 storefronts open during the third quarter, which is Chill Boutique, and that's near the vicinity of SIPS. And then the Estate Interiors off of Verde Valley Road. Hopefully I'm getting the streets right, I'm starting to learn. And then I've started reaching out to some of our property owners and our commercial broker to just start making connections, introducing myself, trying to understand some of the vacancies. And some of them are reaching out to see, what does the town want to see? And of course, not to be selfish, but, if it generates sales tax, we don't mind that. And so I'll tell you with some of our property owners, what we'll be seeing, I always like to wait when there's a formal submittal and to be transparent. But prior to COVID, you heard about the Amazon effect. Then we're hearing about COVID. Things are really changing. Things are being shooken up. And so talking to some of the property owners where we're reimagining sites. And so some of that could be more mixed use that may be coming forward, scaling back on some of the office space because a lot of people sent their folks home. Employees enjoyed it. They're not necessarily wanting to go back to the office. And so scaling back some of that footprint. And so getting some of that data, not just nationally, but here locally. And again, as we get some new stuff and formal submittals, we'll bring that to council. And of course, have neighborhood meetings with our residents because we want their feedback. It's important. And then this list, I won't go through all of it. This is a minor change to what you have in the packet, but a lot of you here on council, some of our planning and zoning commissioners have been very eager to know when Vita's Vegan is opening. And so that is a plant-based cafe off of Parkview, and they're having a soft opening tomorrow. So to our members in the audience or council, if you want to stop by to support our business, that would be appreciated. And then the Macklin Method is going to be near Chill Boutique, which I just mentioned earlier. And that is a lash extension lash studio that will be coming, just in case you're curious.
Mayor, question. Yes. Amanda, quick question. How many of these are locating in what are now empty storefronts?
So I'll say all 3 except for 1. Dutch Bros will be a new build.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, and then Councilmember Magazine stole my thunder a little bit. So business retention and expansion. So in June, the town and the Chamber of Commerce joined forces to launch a formal business retention and expansion program. And our goal is to try to meet with at least 2 businesses per week. We did kick it off in the summer, so we've had some cancellations. But the goal is to meet with the businesses and understand what is the town doing well, what are areas for improvement when it comes to the business climate. And what we're doing is not quite traditional with some economic development organizations, but we're rotating in a council member. And so we've had 3 council members so far participate. And why we do that is it's good for our elected officials to meet the business owners, but oftentimes some of the issues are policy related. So it's good for you guys to hear firsthand our business owners' struggles. And so we've met about 9 or 10, and some things that have come up is signage, and we're trying to kind of narrow that down. What does that look like? And working with staff to actually put something a little bit more visible. I don't know about you, but I'm a visual person, but it's like, what can I do? What can I do? So having answers to that. And then some of our businesses left corporate America, and they're, a home-based business here in Fountain Hills, and they would appreciate some type of checklist. What does the town need? When is there an issue that is going to trigger the health department? And so we're also looking at doing that. And then having those business owners serve as beta testers, right? We can kind of get stuck as government officials in our own world. And so since they just recently went through it, did we get it right? And so want to thank Betsy for her partnership. She is helping coordinate these site visits. She found out 2 months in, our economic development specialist moved on to the city of Phoenix for a higher position. So it's just been myself. And then obviously she has been with Fountain Hills for many, many, many years and has a relationship. So just want to personally thank Betsy and her team. And then staff also met with the Fountain Hills Medical Center and 24/7 ER. This year, in this quarter, they celebrated 1 year. So again, wanting to meet not with just their public relations, but meeting with the entire executive team to let them know that when they're ready to expand, so when they built, they were already ready, to expand, that we're ready, have our doors opened, and want to make it as seamless as possible. And then just want to make some notes to investments that are happening in the community. Hopefully you're seeing external or interior. So the Discount Tire that is located off of Shea Boulevard did a facelift on the outer part, but also hopefully you saw they have installed some new technology. Fountain Hills is the first that is called Robo Tire. And so basically, this technology is changing out tires. So pretty nifty happening right here in our backyard. Last week, again, thanks to Betsy, finally got into Fountain Park Hotel. Some may know it as Lakeshore. Again, that was before my time. But just want the council and our community to know that this is now a Best Western signature collection. We met with the regional manager, and he's going to get back to me, but he thinks they've invested about $1 million or over into renovations interior. So lobby, completely different. They no longer have a meeting room, which gives us an opportunity with our community center and conference center. They've turned that into a fitness center. And then all the rooms are getting also facelift. There are over 100 rooms, but right now only 58 are available. So this is an owner too that is kind of contemplating reimagining the third level. So stay tuned because he's still contemplating. And then of course the interior of Walgreens, again, a facelift, expanding out some of the aisles, new flooring, not the traditional photo center. Some of it's again, sort of do it yourself. And so again, I think this is wonderful to know that these organizations are making investments. And usually that's a good sign, right? They're here to stay for a while. All right, so I mentioned this during our last quarter, but we're kind of wrapping up numbers. But the council approved a nonprofit grant program earlier this year based off of savings from the ARPA funds, so American Rescue Plan Act. And the deadline was January 24th. We extended it because there was a little bit of confusion on who could participate. So it ended April 29th, and pleased to announce that we were able to award 35 grants, and each of those organizations received a $5,000 check from the town. And then we're starting to wrap up and then reapply on our grants. So our Arizona Office of Tourism Prop 302 grants, the estimate last July was that the town would only receive $16,000. The actual, so basically that money goes to all of the DMOs in the state. Whoever applies, it's cut up into a nice little pie and we get a share. So it was actually over $31,000. So because we did not anticipate that, there will be close to $18,000 that will roll over this fiscal year that staff will, coordinate and see how we want to apply those. But the project elements this past year was print placement, specifically statewide, as well as to our partners in Canada. We used some of the monies towards our visitor's guide, and then there was a video at Phoenix Mesa Gateway. And then I will just touch quickly upon this because I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. So our Arizona Office of Tourism Visit Arizona Initiative grants, which is also based off of the ARPA funding. This past year we applied for 3. We received 2, which was the partnership and marketing grants. And so I mentioned previously what those were for. So we have already been informed by the Arizona Office of Tourism that this year the estimate is $67K that the town will be receiving from Prop 302. And we're trying to reimagine and not do the same thing that we've always done, right? Because it's worked. We will do the print placement, and it's specifically going to be to our Canadian visitors. We will be expanding this year the visitor's guide. And traditionally, the Economic Development Department launched that in March. We're gonna move that and have that available in December for January. March is a little too late, just my opinion. Some of our visitors, right, are leaving. So wanting to get that in their hands. And again, for transparency reasons, I've talked to the chamber, I've talked internally, but I asked why we were duplicating efforts. So we were printing a separate dining guide, and it roughly cost $1,200 to $1,500. Not a lot, but if we can save money. So we are going to eliminate producing a separate dining guide because there's a dining guide in the visitor's guide. And so that will be promoting, and the chamber produces that and distributes it at the visitor center. We're also working, so if you'll see sort of on the left-hand side, all those circles, we have hired a digital marketer to assist us as we are updating our 7-year-old Experience Fountain Hills website. And so wanting to just base our decisions off of data, that always helps. So if you see that little teal dot, that is Fountain Hills. So the point is we're not really on the map. So we're trying to make decisions where, again, we're kind of up to speed on the trends and getting us on the map. We will also be working with Daylight Films in the next couple of months to produce a new tourism video. We haven't done that in several years, and happy to use a local business. And then on the bottom left, so a visitor analysis, what we're doing here too is tracking sort of the visitor's journey before they're going to certain destinations, and then after they've left a destination in Fountain Hills. So again, we've been doing some print placement, spending money. Are we getting our money's worth? And so hoping some of this data will help support our future decisions as we start looking into the fiscal year 23 budget. And then again, wrapping up, going back to the fiscal year 21-22, thanks again to Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation. We received $10,000 again towards some print placements. We have applied again for funding, $30,000, and we're still waiting to hear back. And then also big thanks to our Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community, where we received $30,000 towards Music Fest promotion and scoreboard advertising. just in last week, so we applied again, and we have received $30,000, and we're waiting to hear back from the community to see what they've approved that for. So we had 3 options, and just waiting to see what was approved. As far as advertising, so Business in Focus Arizona several years ago did a feature on the state of Arizona and asked Fountain Hills to participate for free. Usually, right, there's a catch. It is trying to get some advertisers to pay in. And traditionally what we've done is we've had our staff promoted in the feature. This year we did something different than any of our cities and towns, but we asked them to talk to some of our business owners. Why is it exciting, to be in the town of Fountain Hills? So they spoke with the Brokers Alliance, the International Dark Sky, so again, to just sort of put us on the map and for them to hear firsthand. You can see there the readership in Canada and USA. We also, this past quarter, and we're reevaluating this partnership, but did some print advertising in the Canadian Snowbird Association. So just wanted to see, does that continue to make sense? We are modifying our advertising to not just include the fountain, but Canada is also big on cyclists, so just promoting also that aspect. And then partnered again with the Chamber of Commerce on an 8-week campaign. You may recall last quarter, as I was starting to meet with some of the businesses and asking, what can the town do, is they really needed help during the summer, right? A lot of our visitors leave, our locals are going on vacation, so really trying to encourage the importance of shopping local. And then marketing, lots of exciting things here. So council approved a branding project for this year, totaling $20,000. It will be a community brand. In June, we issued a request for proposals, and we received 6 submittals. And then of that, we had a group score that, and the award is going to Gordley Group, based out of Tucson, Arizona. So an Arizona-based company. And yesterday, we kicked off a survey, so community survey. I spoke with Gordley, and usually they anticipate, just based off of their experience, 50 to 100 responses. We already have 330 responses, and it's been live for like a day. And so getting great feedback. From there, we'll start doing focus groups in the next couple of weeks. Again, internal. Council will be invited, our council member elects, some of our leadership team, and then we'll be inviting our community leaders. So again, nonprofits, representatives of our boards and commissions, just making sure we're getting those voices heard. And then anticipating this will come back to council in mid-January. For council, to see all of the results. There will be about 2 to 3 options. And so again, to get feedback from council and also another opportunity for community feedback. And then a couple months ago, we asked for everyone's feedback on our downtown street banners. Some of them have been a little generic, if you will, and so wanting a call to action. And so Play, Dine, Stay. Next week, we'll be installing those. I believe it's next Tuesday. And then hoping to just keep it up. And then you'll see that they're photos of Fountain Hills. Not just, a clip art from online. We're wanting to make sure, right, that it's Fountain Hills related. And then just wanted to provide an update on social media channels. Again, just doing an assessment on best practices. Economic Development had a separate Economic Development LinkedIn page and Facebook page, and obviously that requires staff to update it. We'll say that really hasn't been happening. And best practices to not dilute a brand. Usually that funnels through a town page. So we will be taking those offline, so there's no surprises. Again, if the community has any questions, feel free to contact me, but all that will be going and directed to the town page. We will be keeping, though, the Experience Fountain Hills Instagram. And then our partnerships, so not to go through all of these, so meeting with the Arizona Commerce Authority, looking at doing some small business workshops by the end of this calendar year with them. Some of those are free. And then our Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community met with their development services and economic development team, and then meeting quite a bit with Discover Salt River, which is the tourism arm of the community. And we met just last week. They will be going on a trade mission to Canada, and they're happy to partner on some of that collateral material. They said it makes sense. And as we're redoing our website, there's some things, right, Fountain Hills just doesn't have. And so directing them to Fort McDowell and Salt River, again, it makes a lot of sense. I think we're getting close to the last slide. And then so tourism specific to the experience page, we had over 36,000 unique page views. And what that means is it's a unique visitor, so sort of like a one-time, going to various pages. And I'm sure you won't be surprised, but they go to the events page quite a bit. So that's in our top 3. And then we worked with Debbie Clayson on a state Fountain Hills summer social media campaign, which was 8 weeks long. It reached, so it got to 13,000 people, and then the engagement is 8,000. And in engagement, Mr. Larson has to educate me. I'm not really hip on the social media, but that is a like or a share. And since this is our first time doing this, we'll see what happens next year. Hopefully we'll grow those numbers. And with that, Madam Mayor, Council, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, sir.
I have 2 questions for you. One, you mentioned Prop 302 and the dollars that are available from that program. At one point, there was talk of I think it was the chamber getting a couple of kiosks and locating those around town. Can money from that prop be used as automated, like in a kiosk? And if so, we get over 80,000 people that visit our community center. Would it make sense to maybe place a kiosk there somewhere so that we can help build up stopping points to different parts of our town?
So Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Friedel, the town partnered with the chamber on a submittal. Since we're the designated DMO, the chamber actually completed a different grant application that we're waiting to hear from. And then, not off the top of my head, can I answer your question? I have to see, there's key categories that this money can go towards. So we would have to see if that would
Yeah,
work.
I'm saying in addition to that one.
Mm-hmm.
It might be something to check out. And then my second question is, so you were at the hotel, the Best Western. Did they give you any indication as to what's going to happen with that restaurant that's been sitting there empty for years?
So, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, good question. Right now, it's going to stay closed. There is another new owner that is just seeing what opportunities there are, to have somebody come in to handle the F&B, and so that's food and beverage. That's not something he usually does, so they're considering options, but right now it will be closed. Good question.
Questions or comments for Amanda? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Amanda, I guess I'm sorry that I had missed the meeting that when you first came on board and we were supposed to meet, and unfortunately I was stuck in court and I couldn't come, but I've preached to every economic development director since I came on the council, and I believe what a game changer would be is a small anchor employer in this town. I personally was trying to look into biotech firms and things like that, somebody small that would appreciate the community. I know we're somewhat limited in being able to offer incentives to get people to come here. Like, we just can't give a piece of land. There's a lot of restrictions, I understand that. But in today's business world, we see so many businesses, I just made notes, they're fleeing California, New York, New Jersey, Oregon, Washington, and Illinois. I mean, you can just see that by going to Safeway and see all the different license plates for people that come here. my term is coming to an end, but I would love to see you with the new council really focus on somehow trying to entice some small anchor employer that would come here. Like I said, I always thought that would be really a big impact for the town, as well as all the businesses and everything, having more people, more schools, and enrollment in schools going up and everything. I don't know what it would take. I don't know what your ideas are. I know that you had sent out a invite to the economic development, and I had mentioned a couple business leaders in town that I suggest that you invite, who's both have sold million-dollar corporations, who I think would be really helpful for your board. But I don't know what your ideas are or what you could put together, but I think if there's any way that we could even find out how you could travel to these states and entice some of these companies that could come here, maybe a small manufacturing company. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there, hoping it sticks on the wall. But I really think moving forward, I've expressed this to a couple other economic development directors, and there didn't seem to be much traction. But I really think that having an anchor employer in this town, no matter how small it would just be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of what you mentioned was where the connections with the Canadian, and that some of that goes right along with what you were talking about too, so I'm sure you're having those conversations. Over the last, I don't know, several years, some of the folks that come here just for snowbird, for lack of a better word, but they're here for a long time, are starting to want to do business here. And one of the advantages has been nonstop flights now, and some of that is picking up, especially up like Calgary area and such. So whatever, you know, the business happens to be, I think there's a lot of that going on, a lot of financial sort of firms and such. Also, I know we talk a lot about education and possibilities of universities or niche that can also be big employers. And then, of course, we have health care in the hospital and such. So that's a great idea, and, you know, I think that that's something worth moving forward on. One of the things, and I know it's just kind of starting, but several years ago, there were some members of businesses that are along the fountain, and I mean along Avenue of the Fountains, and they wanted to possibly set up some kind of a coalition or an association and have some events down there. And so I know that you picked that ball up and you're running with it, and I just really appreciate that. I hope that, I know later when we talk about the roundabout and such, and walkability and overlooks and that whole avenue, getting the input from all of the people involved and all of the, you know, not just on the avenue, but even surrounding there, I think it would be great to get some of that input. So I kind of look forward to where that goes if it takes off. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, because that was something that organically came from the area, and when I brought it to you, you grabbed it, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job. Our next item is a call to the public. Do we have speaker cards?
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for call to the public, just for one item we do.
Okay, thank you so much. So our consent agenda is really big with a lot of partying organizations, apparently. So unless you'd like something removed, you could please give me a motion.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thanks so much. Our regular agenda item begins with information about sister cities. Grady?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, the item before you is a request to formally terminate the sister city status with Casterly, Belgium. Casterly, Belgium was the very first sister city that was formed for the town of Fountain Hills back in 1999. It was selected primarily because of its similarity to the town of Fountain Hills in terms of population, the cultural amenities, and then also its proximity to a major metropolitan area. This, unfortunately, relationship has fallen dormant. There have been numerous attempts at trying to revive it, trying to get civic and cultural exchanges, try to find out what we can do to try to revive this relationship. Unfortunately, all the efforts on the part of the Sister Cities Corporation and also the town of Fountain Hills really were not successful in trying to revive this. The only time that we've actually heard was recently the mayor of Casterly had passed away. The mayor who was mayor at the time of the formation of the Sister City relationship. And the current mayor made Mayor Dickey aware of that, and we submitted or sent condolences to the town. There's a number of other sister cities that are in the pipeline for potential consideration, but I want to let you know at the May meeting of the Sister Cities Commission, the commission that reports to the mayor and council, they formally voted to terminate the Sister City status. And this is a big deal. This, in terms of sister city relationships, when you go to take one on, you don't, you take it on for life. And so it's unfortunate that this is one that's become dormant and one that we can't seem to revive. And doesn't appear to be interest on the part of our sister cities. So the next step, if council considers this tonight, would be to approve the termination of the sister city status, and then the town would formally notify Casterly, Belgium about that, and then we'd also let Sister Cities International know that this relationship between the two cities no longer exists. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the mayor and council have at this time.
Thank you. Any questions? Did we have any speaker cards on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. Just along the same lines, obviously, we're looking at other sister cities right now and could have some visitors as soon as November from Italy. So we'll keep going in that direction, and sorry for their loss and of the mayor, and I will take a motion, please.
Yeah, Mayor, I just would like to comment real quick. I was part of Sister Cities for many years. I've been to Casterly, and that was, Mayor Otten. I don't think he was mayor anymore at that time, but we had a wonderful time there, super friendly people, and, I was there when Mayor Wally was the mayor, so we had and that's when we signed Deerdorf to be a sister city, and, we've hosted students from Deerdorf as well as Ataco, El Salvador, so it's unfortunate. We did try a lot of different, means to keep them, but for whatever reason, they weren't just interested. So, but it is a sad loss, but hopefully we'll get another city, and it's Sister Cities is a good program. So with that, I'll move that we consider possible action to terminate Sister City status with Casterly, Belgium.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Appreciate your kind words. Our next item is construction phase 2 of the Panorama Drainage Pipe. Justin?
Madam Mayor, council members, this project right here is actually the final phase to the Panorama Storm Drain Pipe. For those that are not familiar, nearly all of the water that drains in a Panorama Saguaro Parkview area travels down a pipe on Panorama and dumps currently into an open channel near El Lago and Panorama. In that area, there has been standing water for a considerable amount of time. Over 30 years ago, a pump was installed in that area to push some of that water back into Fountain Lake. There was a dispute and discussion between then unincorporated Fountain Hills and the neighboring nation. Since that time, the pump operated for approximately 20 or 25 years without any issues. And then at that time, it was under the community services, and the pump was rebuilt and moved into public works. With that said, We've had an ongoing issue for about 700 feet of that area just outside of that drain pipe where due to, for lack of a better description, nature-made ponds, water stands there year-round. We've certainly worked overtime to try to pump it or push it to get it back down to our pump and move it to Fountain Lake, primarily unsuccessfully because it's very difficult terrain to work in. Having said that, went out for design, got the design, sent it out for bid, and we're surprised that we only got one bid on 2 levels. One, we're delighted that we got at least one. And 2, we had 4 other projects recently that we released that nobody responded to, considerably less dollar threshold. So we're delighted to have this one. In the end, what this will be is the final phase for that area. Anything south of that, where any natural spring water flows, is on private property, and the homeowners association and the homeowners adjacent to that nurture and care for their little private nature walk down there. I would like to note that included in this is an updated pumping system that will push considerably more than the average 30 to 60,000 gallons every 24 hours back into Fountain Lake. The reason I mention that is because all of this natural spring water that's pushed in there helps decrease just a little bit the salinity of that water, but it also helps to clear some of the turbidity in there. The new system is designed to pump up to 100,000 gallons every 24 hours. Now, the total gallon flow over 24 hours is subject to change by storm events and the available flow of this spring water that's coming down there. It should also note that as part of the renovations that have been happening, an additional T was put into that section. So this project, because they have to dewater in order to get down there and work, all of that water will also be pushed to Fountain Lake with our existing pipe. So we're going to see a substantial increase over the next probably 90+ days in spring water pushed back to Fountain Lake, which is a benefit because it helps to improve the quality of water. With that, if there are any questions related to this agreement, I'll do my best to answer them. Justin, you have any sense as to why companies aren't bidding? That's the first question. And the second is, you only got one bid on this project. Is it a reasonable bid, or is it worth rebidding it? Madam Mayor, Councilmember Magazine, those are all excellent questions. We spoke to 2 local reputable contractors that do this type of work and have been here since the 70s. And I was admittedly surprised that neither one of them came. And each of them expressed to me they simply have too much work and not enough help. Based on other projects similar to this, but without the dewatering, this is right about the market price for this type of project. There are some exceptions, and the primary one is the supply chain for 66-inch in diameter concrete pipe. And several of the folks that we dealt with as part of this project indicated they are up to 24 weeks or longer out, depending on their supplier. How urgent is this? In my opinion, it's urgent for a couple of reasons. One, we've received numerous complaints from the county regarding the mosquito population down there. And there are certainly several different types of treatment. None of them have been completely successful. 2, we need to improve the quality of the water in Fountain Lake. And this is an opportunity to address that at this time by increasing the volume moved back to it.
Well, and we don't know if or when the supply chain issue is going to be relieved. And I think we expect interest rates to go up. So I guess if we went back out, it could end up costing even more. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm going to take this opportunity to once again say if we still had an environmental fee that our state legislator and attorney general have not gotten back to us on, I realize the annual fee was not $1 million, but it sure would have put a nice little dent in this if we still had that fee.
I just wanted to give assurances to both Councilmember Magazine and the rest of council that this dollar amount is very close to the engineer's estimate of what we got for the design for the construction. So we're very close, within a few $1,000s of what was actually estimated. So I think if we were to reject this bid and then go back out later, I think it's only going to be higher. So we're very lucky that normally I would just say reject the one, but with it being so close and knowing the issues that we've had with some of our requests for proposals, I do think that this is a decent bid, and I would highly recommend that the council approve it.
If I may, could I just ask one other question? It really concerns me that they're not bidding on these projects. Do we have other projects coming up that you're concerned about?
In fact, we do.
That's not the answer I wanted.
With the exception of concrete and asphalt, we are concerned about other types of construction as we begin to release things. And we're going to discuss this certainly later on in this meeting tonight. We're relatively secure in regards to a concrete and asphalt contract and contractor. However, what we are not certain of is the materials that they need to perform those projects. And as we move forward in this year, we will continue to bring capital projects depending on the scope, complexity, and engineers' estimate for those projects. We may in fact be going out for bid, and once again, may or may not have anybody respond or just have a sole contractor respond.
With the supply chain problems, this is really going to affect the timing of everything. And I'm sure you're trying to factor that in as best you can.
We are, absolutely.
Yes, so I wanted to let you know there was a session actually on the same very topic about this at the LIG last week that I attended. And it's a common problem, not just for us, but for the larger cities that are taking on a much larger dollar value of their capital projects. And the panel consisted of essentially the Public Works Director of Glendale, and also there was the ADOT Director and a small town manager, I believe it was from Clarkdale. And they were all talking about some of the issues that they've had, and they came up with some solutions. And one, in the case of Glendale, was having faster turnaround on their payments. And they found that that has helped get more interest in having responses to their proposal. So we need to also look and seeing what we can do to make it more inviting for these businesses to want to take on the risk. If they have to wait a 45-day period of time before they get their draw or their first payment, that does make it very, it's a disincentive for them to get in it. So we need to kind of look at seeing what some of our peers are doing to improve this situation. But a lot of it is labor shortages, supply chain issues, and just the market is just really kind of out of whack right now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Justin, would this be a situation where we would discuss possibly some of the costs being absorbed by the sanitary district, since the Fountain Lake is primarily used by the sanitary district for water storage, so they have a stake in this? Has there been any discussion with them, or is this definitely something that we have to incur the entire cost for? I'm just trying to wrap my mind around the number.
Madam Mayor, Council Member, that's a really good question. So this particular pump that we are currently replacing was actually managed and maintained by the sanitary district because of their expertise in this type of thing. it should be noted that the water is actually spring water, and while they do have some benefit for storage in that facility, most recently they have been challenged because of the amount of water that was necessary to sell to their customers and the requirement to keep water in Fountain Lake. So while we do share some responsibilities with them, and they certainly provide us support in regards to their expert knowledge of pumping and pumping systems, in my personal opinion, this is the town's responsibility.
So we get their knowledge for free, but we pay them.
We certainly get a lot of knowledge and other benefits from the sanitary district because they have funding and equipment and staffing that provide support to us.
Just not money.
Correct.
It's a good point that Councilmember Spellich brought up, but just wanted to remind, I think the Public Works Director, answered your question responsibly on that. The one thing is probably to your point, perhaps when it comes time for a discussion about the lake liner replacement, that might be where we have the appropriate discussion with them on that. We actually had a pump on that was, I believe in January, went out on this. November. And so the sanitary district actually provided their pump and hooked it up. And we also get, I think the last time we valued it, I think we've had like over $1.5 million of value of free water that we don't pay for. So you always like to just keep that in mind that, yes, we do have this partnership with the sanitary district, but right now I think it's been working very well, and I do think when there are opportunities, to your point, Councilmember, that maybe something like the lake liner, or when we're starting to talk about a storage tank system, there might be opportunities for those projects to be more of a partnership that we can work together with them on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Justin, seems over the years I've noticed, that particular area of the wash gets really overgrown and then it's cleared out once in a while. Has that been the town doing that or the district, or do you know?
Madam Mayor, council member, it's actually town staff and our contractors. Over the last several years, we've made several attempts to correct some of the low flow or slow flow and stagnant waters by removing vegetation to determine whether or not we could do some of this ourselves. Each time we've discovered that it's all but impossible to get a piece of equipment out there without it getting stuck and requiring a larger piece of equipment. So we have managed the vegetation over the last several years, primarily in the last 2 years, to get all of the survey information we needed, because it's quite active little area down there with creatures and things that enjoy living in that type of environment.
So that's one aspect that'll be taken care of in terms of ongoing maintenance or staff commitment to that kind of a maintenance issue. So that's one positive.
We have to be very careful too, because under federal law, if we don't do what we're doing to get that cleared out, it could be declared a riparian habitat, of which case it's a protected area. And so we have to make sure that that doesn't become a riparian habitat. So that's why it's important to get that cleared. Plus, if you notice the vegetation that's in there, that's the high reeds and such, that's actually invasive species that are not native necessarily to Arizona. So it's good to get that cleared out.
And so the stockpiling of dirt, that's part of this anticipated project, correct? And that'll be taken care of?
That is correct. As part of our cost-saving efforts, that large pile of dirt there, which is nearly enough to cover this pipe, was delivered to the town or given to the town by several contractors working on projects here. There's several benefits to that. One, we do not have to pay for this material, which is suitable for this type of project. Two, it reduces the overall cost for the new or soon-to-be new homeowner and or business owner. And lastly, it reduces the amount of truck traffic that is required to travel not less than 10 miles from this community to dispose of that dirt. And I don't have the number in front of me but I think it reduced our cost by about $150,000 for that free dirt. And for clarification, I should note, this pipe does not require a trench. The hole already exists, simply needs to be leveled, the pipe set in there, and that dirt put over it.
Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Justin, for your input on this design because you made it personalized for the use in Fountain Hills. And also to Sharon's point, the stormwater fee in the 4 years or so that it has been, removed or under threat, however you want to say it, was probably getting close to $2.5 million. So that it does add up. So it really would be helpful for situations like this and the wash later when we talk about the washes. And again, the spring water or the groundwater going in, and it's going to be so much more with using this pump now. So it'll help with the level and with the quality. Any other comments or questions? Could I get a motion, please?
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I would move to approve professional services agreement 2023 with ASR Construction Group LLC for construction of Phase 2 of the Panorama Drainage Pipe in the amount of $1,088,543.21 and the associated budget transfers.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks so much. Our next item is along the same lines. Just going right to you, Justin?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, just get started, that's fine.
Madam Mayor,
Sidewalks and
Councilmembers,
such.
this is one of the contracts that we've discussed over the last several years. In this particular case, the city of Chandler, with their resources and staffing, put together a scope and fee for concrete replacement and repairs and set it out to bid. Bincon Engineering and Construction was the low bid for this multi-million-dollar contract. Over the last several years, they have managed to be the low bidder on not only this one for Chandler, but an adjacent one for Scottsdale. Each of these agreements, cooperative agreements, have greatly benefited the town. Again, they've done all of the legwork on this by putting together the scope and fee and soliciting bids, opening bids, and making sure that all of the background was there. I noted after I finished this staff report that there were a few things that I probably could have included in here, but I didn't want to make it so big that no one wanted to read it. I listed several projects that we have, including some capital, some street fund, some community services / parks, and those are relatively small dollar amounts compared to what we're asking you to approve, which is the $800,000. The $800,000 will not only cover the rest of the work this year for council approval of capital projects when they are approved, but also when we get ready to do any future paving, and this is coming up in the future, we'll go in there and fix and repair any sidewalks or curbs or curb opening ramps. Also, for any trip hazards that we have in any of our parks, this will cover that. And this will also be included in our sidewalk infill. 2 different projects, not the $2 million grant one. If this construction company wants to bid on that separately with ADOT, they probably will. This is for the $300,000 that the mayor and council approved in that. So I know that $800,000 is a big number, but 2.5 years ago, we had to come back to council on an emergency basis and ask for an amendment to one of these because we did not have the contract authority to finish some of our capital projects. We were being proactively trying to get these dollar thresholds a little bit higher so we can be prepared. If there are any questions related to this one, I will certainly do my best to answer them.
Thank you, Justin. Oh, yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Justin, as part of this 800,000, 275,000 is based on the renovation phase 2 of the community center. So taking a trip back memory lane, before the $800,000 vote to improve the community center, I had brought up the issue about water mitigation and what the water problem was. And I was assured at that time that barring any catastrophic event, you know, the renovation should move forward and, you know, we're not worried about the water damage. Well, lo and behold, in the last meeting, the vice mayor had brought up the fact that the community center had water intrusion that was major. And so I want to hear from you tonight, is this $275,000 towards the renovation of the community center going to once and for all mitigate any water damage to that building?
Madam Mayor, council member, I would like to give you a definitive, yes, this is going to fix it. However, we are not at that level here. We did have the assessment, and that firm will be in front of this council at the next meeting to give an update on that assessment. I put in an estimated dollar threshold to address some of the work in the event that we can do so this year based on the complexity.
That was the best roundabout backdoor answer. That's masterful. Masterful. Okay, well, let me tell you what my concerns are. My concerns are that that $275,000 is not going to scratch the surface of what is really going to be needed to once and for all fix the issues at the community center. So the reason that I bring this up is item F on the agenda today, or this evening, is the old roundabout study. And anybody in this room or anybody that's followed me will know that I'm not a big fan of studies. I would hope that the council take item F and seriously consider spending money on a study for a roundabout instead of taking those dollars and putting those dollars to fixing our infrastructure, fixing buildings that desperately need to be repaired. Those monies set aside before we even get into the discussion of what we could have in the future. Let's put off what we can have in the future and let's focus on the present day. We've already got damage there. We don't know what the estimate of those damages are. Hopefully the carpeting and the tile and all that and the smell can be remediated. But I caution the council to please, please think about this money that we're going to discuss in Agenda F and think about better ways to use that money, because I truly believe, and I think you can read into Justin's answer, that there's going to be more than $275,000 needed to fix the community center once and for all. I would think that the number would probably twice or three times that. So I just want to talk about it. I appreciate you putting the effort forward to getting this on the agenda and getting us to approve it and everything, but I think that that number is really low. And I would just caution spending money on studies and future wishes when there's a present need. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may add some clarification. This is just for the exterior concrete, an estimate, because as we've discovered, the building is considerably lower than it should be, and all the concrete around it slopes in. This dollar is just to change that slope to away from the building, not the storefronts or any other remediational issues that are necessary. This is just the concrete.
Oh, sorry. So basically, this could be a pretty good estimate for this part of it. So you don't think this lowballed it too much because you're just talking about concrete right here?
This is just the concrete. In the event that we are able, through the process, to secure a firm and get some direction from an architectural engineering firm, that will be the first thing that we try and tackle. but we don't want to just jump in there. Unfortunately, all of the information, and we will discuss this in more detail at the next meeting, all of the information that Public Works and Facilities had indicated a lion's share of the water was coming up through the foundation with some nuisance waters around the doors. We believed that we addressed the issue at the front door by adding a drainage structure there, and in fact, we did reduce, if not almost eliminate that, with the exception of a little bit of surface water. This other stuff in regards to storefronts, doors, and walls, we were simply unaware of that.
Councilman Spellich, if that was a motion, I would second it. I can't agree more. I think we really need to think about what we're doing here with this community center. We've got a lot of money in that building right now, $800,000 renovation. This is just, like Councilman Spellich said, probably just the tip of the iceberg to help remediate some of the water intrusion on the outside of the building. We don't know what we're going to find when we tear that all up either, probably. So again, I think a wise decision has to be made here. The roundabout study is something, we don't have the money to do the roundabout. I would like to see that pushed to a future date if possible. I know we're not on that item right now, but at any rate, we've got a lot of money going out here. We need to take care of this community center. 80,000 people a year go through that community center. I think it's important.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, this is a concrete contract that Mr. Weldy identified all potential uses, including what may be used for the community center. The idea is that we would get this contract in place so that as our needs evolve and change, it could be used now and in the next couple of years. So that's what we're talking about tonight. Again, as Mr. Weldy said, and again, I'm getting off the topic a little bit, but when we did the remodel of the community center, there was some water mitigation efforts that were done, and that at the time is what we anticipated based on previous facilities reports on where water intrusion came into the building. Any case, we will be coming back, as was mentioned by Mr. Weldy, with a very thorough report to you at the next meeting after having some assessments, preliminary assessments by an architectural firm that's looked at the problem, and they'll be issuing some findings and recommendations that will be shared with the council. So this is really just a concrete contract before you.
Thank you. And the reason these items are before the last item is because that discussion will be had as far as, well, it's not a study, it's a design, but, we know that there are a lot of things swirling around now, including some of our previous discussions. So anyway, this is for concrete. This is hopefully going to be a close amount to what that aspect for remediation will be, but it gives us the leeway to go ahead and start to do some of that in this fiscal year. Do we have any?
Mayor?
Oh,
Yeah, it's quick.
I'm sorry.
Quick question. We've had several CIP presentations, since our retreat back in February, and the number escapes me, but how much do we have in the budget for CIP improvements this year, approximately? Just to put things in
Is it
perspective.
6 or 7? 7. 7 million.
7 million? Okay, thank you.
Justin, do you know off the top of your head, we spent $800,000 in renovations for the community center. How much of that was spent on water mitigation?
Madam Mayor,
Ballpark.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, $50,000 separately just for the front door, and several $1,000s on other issues in regards to sealing and caulking and that type of stuff. But just the front door is $50,000 by itself.
There was a solution that we had a third party recommend that you probably remember we've talked about a vapor barrier, which would keep the moisture that is naturally in the foundation from percolating up into the floor coverings. And there was a innovative way of using a particular glue product on the carpet tiles that we used. And so that is something that we're still evaluating if that's really working or not.
One of the things I asked Justin about and Grady earlier was the the relationship between us and these other cities that we piggyback onto, and, because sometimes it looks like, do these projects go through some other entity? And they really don't, but what this is helping with some of the discussion that we had previously about getting bids and getting, supply chain and all that other stuff. So the relationship with Chandler is not that they are there to be an in-between, but we get a lot of information and we get a lot of good economic benefit from being part of them, yes. So did we have any cards? I'm sorry.
Mayor, no, we don't.
Thank you. Any other comments or make a motion, please?
Move to approve cooperative purchasing agreement C2022-030 with Vincon Engineering Construction LLC in an amount not to exceed $800,000 during the initial term of the agreement, with an aggregate not to exceed, inclusive of all renewal terms, of $4 million.
Easy for you to say.
I'll second that BMF motion.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So our next item is along the same lines with Vices Engineering and, right, is that it? Yep. And this is about our pavement. Justin. Oh, wash maintenance, sorry about that.
Madam Mayor, council members, this one right here is storm cleanup support. A few years ago, we solicited requests for proposals and also pricing for on-call day and night storm services to provide support to the limited town staff, street department, and parks. 2 local vendors submitted, and also Vices submitted. Those other 2 contracts have already been amended and have multiple year. This one had not, and this is our primary trucking and heavy equipment. The unit prices in here just covered that, and we certainly discovered over the last several months with these rainstorms that come through that $100,000 really doesn't go very far when you got to remove thousands of tons and get equipment to do so. So this contract is directly related to trucking and heavy equipment, primarily related to post-storm and pre-storm preparation.
Okay, so broken record here again. Once again, had we still had the environmental fee, which Mayor Dickey pointed out that we'd be $2+ million here, this money could have, or its money could have been applied to something like this because it's stormwater. Okay, that's the only time I have to bring that up again today. We're done.
Any other questions or comments? Do you have any speaker cards on this?
Mayor, no, we don't.
Okay, thank you. Anybody like to make a motion, please?
Move to approve amendment number 1 to professional services agreement 2020-070 with Vices Engineering Construction, Inc. in the amount of $100,000.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. Now, pavement preservation. Thank you, Justin.
You're welcome. Madam Mayor, council members, this one right here is directly related to our pavement maintenance. As stated in this staff report, a resolution was passed and the staff followed the direction of the mayor and council and stopped the zone approach and began to save the roads that could be saved. This was about almost 10 years ago now, but not quite that long. Now that at that time we spent the limited funding we had based on the direction given and the assessment of the streets, go and save those roads. We did so. Those roads are now up for their first treatment, which historically is to fill the cracks with a rubberized product and then put a preservative seal on them. There's a relatively small number to finish that. It should be noted that last year we came before the mayor and council and asked for funding for this contract. Since that time, We have been out there milling and overlaying streets. We've been crack filling streets. And each of those phases, we have provided exhibits. I didn't include them all here tonight. And we are still continuing to move forward on just our basic maintenance to continue to save the streets that we can save with the funding that we have. It should be noted that we are asking for your permission for $2.5 million. We're not going to spend near that to get the preservative treatments down. What we do want to be able to do is be prepared when we get direction from the mayor and council based on the assessment, recommendations from the committee, the town manager on moving forward, so we can get started sooner rather than later on any of those projects when they are selected. And I am confident, based on the amount of work the town manager and the pavement committee has put in, that we will be moving forward with some of that shortly. With that, if there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Any questions? I know I was asking about the big picture because obviously when people see that we're moving on pavement maintenance, they look for, their areas, and just to know what you just said is a good way to wrap it up. It's a big picture. We have a lot to go. We have a lot of finances and funding that is dedicated for this, and we look forward. I don't know that we'll have our full committee report from our citizens, but we could possibly give an interim committee report in October. And I think along the same lines as what Jerry and David were talking about earlier, is it gives us a better picture of where we're at overall, if we know where we're going to go with this. But this is exactly the steps we need to take now for these particular roads. Did we have any speaker cards?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. Maybe you should just tell me when we do. Oh, okay, well, gee. Would somebody please like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll move to approve Amendment Number 3 to Cooperative Purchasing Agreement 2020-65.3 with M.R. Tanner Development and Construction Incorporation for paving, preservation treatments in the amount of $2.5 million.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appreciate that. So our next item is the roundabout, the discussion for the design of the roundabout. I was tempted, I almost took this off because of the same reasons that you're talking about with, wanting to get full information from other areas. But since this report was put together so well, and I wasn't sure if anybody from the firm was going to be here, I figured we'll hear the item and we'll discuss it, and likely look forward to discussing it again in the future. So, Justin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, this particular design contract goes back several years to the Downtown Visioning, the SWABAC, and several other elected bodies that are looking to make improvements to several intersections, primarily around Fountain Park, Avenue of the Fountains, El Lago. And I'm mentioning some of those other areas because those improvements, including the construction of a traffic signal at El Lago and Saguaro, have already taken place, an upgrade to the traffic signal at Panorama and Saguaro. This is one of those keys. What we have is a three-legged intersection controlled by an all-way stop. All-way stops are an ideal situation for traffic calming. We have just one minor issue, is there's a distraction if you're headed northbound out the right side, and if you're headed southbound out the left side. At any time, you could sit near that intersection, and if the fountain's going off, more often than not, unprepared drivers go straight through that stop sign. Law enforcement does an excellent job of enforcing that intersection and our other roads as often and whenever they can. They just simply can't be there all the time. This is simply a concept and an option for that intersection based on analysis of improvements made at other three-legged intersections. We're bringing it forward tonight because we have a list of projects that are going to take a considerable amount of time. And if this is going to not move forward and be held for any number of reasons, it's a benefit to the limited staff that we have so we can concentrate on some of the others and bring them forward for approval, because it's important that we do what we can in that intersection to eliminate the conflicts between the pedestrians and the vehicles.
Thank you. Councilman?
Justin, do we have any accident statistics?
At this, Madam Mayor, Councilmember, yes, have been, we do a 5-year diagram, and I don't recall that number because I didn't include it in this report, but there are a few crashes in that intersection on a regular basis over the 5-year period.
This is not a criticism, but it would seem to me that in trying to determine how to go on this, we should have some very specific statistics. Speeding, crashes, whatever it is. And I, for one, would like to see that.
Understood.
Pardon me? Sure.
I welcome your staff to work on other projects. I wholeheartedly support your staff to have their ideas and their work channeled to another subject, because I agree with Councilman Magazine. Come to me with hard statistics. Come to me with how many accidents happen there, not a guess, how many hard accidents happen there, pedestrian versus vehicle and vehicle on vehicle. Also come to me with how many traffic stops have been made there and how many tickets issued for people blowing that stop sign in any direction. I will reiterate my statement that there's things that we want, things that we need, things that we would like. I just would like to see this money. Sorry that I called it a study, Mayor. I didn't mean to design. I'd like to take this design money and funnel it towards something else, mainly fixing the community center once and for all.
A couple of things. 2 or 3 years ago, I've lost track of time, the council at the time voted to put the safety corridor signs up instead of, I don't know if you even considered anything else. I always thought 35 was too fast for right there between El Lago and Palisades. So I always thought it should be 25 anyway, which I feel like will mitigate some of the issues. That being said, I'm also a firm believer in we can't get a grant if we are not shovel ready. Are there any grants out there that we are looking forward to applying for? To me, that's very important to know. Also, a question for probably Amanda. Did you talk to any of the business owners on the avenue or in the area, and what are their thoughts on this kind of traffic mitigation?
No. As the mayor mentioned, the downtown group is just like the third meeting, so we have not talked about this. So sorry. No.
Add it to your next agenda, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. So let's just say, Justin, for the sake of saying things, let's just say that in the next 3 minutes, I suffer a traumatic brain injury and I want to vote in favor of this. Okay? If we had the money and this design is made, what is the estimated cost? I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm not going to, come back in January as a citizen and yell at you. I'm just saying, what do you think, or what would be the estimated cost if we had the money, we did the design, and we're ready to roll? How much money are we talking about?
Madam Mayor, council member, based on the geometry of that intersection, it's above $1 million.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Couple of things. I wholeheartedly agree with the statistics being really important before we move forward with this. So the total amount was $392,000 for this design and study, I believe, right? For just under $400,000 at one point we were talking about? Oh, so that included the whole package. How much of that, Justin, can you tell me, is any of that money dedicated or earmarked for supervision of the construction of this project, or is that all design and study, or does it get into anything else?
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, this contract is simply the design. So the post-design services, when it gets ready to go to construction, that would be separate. This is just to design improvements to that intersection.
And I think you're probably light on your $1 million for this whole project. I'm just guessing. I just think it'll be a lot more than $1 million for the staircase, the overlook, the whole nine yards. We're looking at a big package there. I almost would like to make a motion to table this to another time when we have statistics and information, so that we can make a better, more informed decision, and again use that money for our community center, which is in dire need.
Can I ask you to hold off on that motion?
Yes, I will hold off on the motion.
Madam Mayor, for clarification, the $1 million I referenced is just for the intersection, not the park improvements. That's a separate project altogether.
Yeah, and for clarification purposes, when we have these projects designed and engineered, that's when we get the engineer's estimate. So that's when we'd really have a good, but Justin was giving his best guesstimate to answer your question.
Thanks, yeah, and also, just going back on the one that we did here, and, we had an issue that we had to correct, so it was more, but I think that one originally was about 700. But anyway, it's a lot, obviously, but, so when we first talked about this and we first had it on the capital improvement plan, not first, it was the 5th time we talked about it, but it was in June, and David had said that in November he'd be coming back with better numbers. We're going to have the audit, and we'll have our quarterly report November. So that's one of the items that I was hoping that we would have before we had this item brought back. The street committee, I really want to hear from them. I want, we'll probably get some preliminary ideas about using the ARPA money and the millions of dollars that we've put in, but also what's coming as far as possibly a bond in the coming years. So I want to hear about that. I do also, as you mentioned, I would like to hear from the chamber and from some businesses. Do they see this whole thing, and not just the roundabout, but the overlook and the ADA access? Do they see that as something that's worthwhile pursuing from that point of view, from an economic development? And then, last but not least, we have a kind of a big decision about fire coming up, which is another expense. And so I know it's not the same, it's not capital, but it's one, it's all going to be in our minds as far as money. So I would suggest again to postpone this decision, but it's not for that long. It's probably the first or the second meeting in November, where I believe we'll have most of this information that I'm hoping will help us make a decision going forward on this, whether we think it's something that's worth doing. I do want to say I really agree that it is the safest option for that intersection. I think most people will realize that this roundabout has worked out pretty well when it comes to traffic. This one would be a little different. Two lanes is a little bit of a different story, but there's so much research, there's so much history, there's so many examples of how this is absolutely a safe thing to do for our community. It's not really any other reason than that. That's the number one reason. So I don't know if you want to make a motion or if we can just agree to postpone until after we get the quarterly report.
I want to make a statement, though, if I can.
Of course.
I know the way that this thing was designed and written up, safety is bike safety, driver safety, pedestrian safety. I'm not convinced, and maybe I'm wrong and all wet, you're pulling stop signs out and you're going to have a designated truck route at 30 or whatever miles per hour going through there with pedestrians trying to cross. Nobody has convinced me that it's safe. Now, some of the examples in your presentation, in the package, were rural areas out off of Dynamite Road where there's no pedestrian traffic at all, and those roundabouts seem to work fine. We have a lot of people crossing on foot at this intersection, and I'm not convinced you're pulling stop signs out and having traffic roll through there, that it's any safer for pedestrian traffic there. And again, maybe I'm all wet, but my common sense tells me that there's going to be an issue when you're going from a dead stop to a roll through and people trying to cross. We have a lot of people that cross there versus Dynamite Road where those roundabouts are. There's nobody out there. So they work fine out there. It's in a rural area where there's no pedestrian traffic. That's my point.
I appreciate that, but and if we do get to that point, there are just tons of examples of why it's safer for pedestrians. Yes, sir? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just point of clarification, and full disclosure for all watching at home and in the audience. I don't remember you and I having a discussion about this in November. You had made mention that David and I spoke about this. I don't know what you're...
David Pock.
Oh, I was
sorry.
like, you just scared me, and I was going to make an appointment because I don't remember that.
He's all for this. No,
thank God.
It was
Two
David
Davids.
at a public meeting saying that this would be a good time when the numbers would come back to
Okay.
discuss this and these other.
Because I've never had a discussion with you and ever been in favor of this, ever, ever, ever. Okay.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. A month or more ago, I shared an article with the entire council about roundabouts. And based upon reading that, I am convinced that roundabouts are the safest way to go. That's not my issue. My issue is the cost today and the cost in the future. And I want to ask Grady or Justin, if we were to get grants, what percentage of the total is likely? Can we get, is it 60%, 80%? Do we have any idea? Grady?
Usually it depends on the grant. If we are able to get like this federal infrastructure grant, they're going to be paying the lion's share of it. We may have a small match, like a 6% that we may have to come up with. They may even allow the town's contribution to the design to be count towards that. But it's a very competitive process. And what we're hearing is the key words are resiliency and also collaboration. So I would say that we might have a better chance on, and I'm talking about just the federal infrastructure act that was passed by Congress. Other potential possibilities, we may have to have as much as a 10 or 20% match, depending on the type of program. Typically, if you have the design, that they want to have some assurances it's going to happen, so they typically look for the design to be done already. And they also have confidence level that with that design, you also have an engineer's estimate, which helps them in determining whether they want to grant you the money or not.
I would really like to see a roundabout and overlook. I really would. I think it would greatly enhance the town. I think it would be safe, but I am very concerned about the cost. And after hearing, and the mayor just mentioned it, after hearing the presentation at the last meeting about fire service, we could be looking at a very, very big expense to do whatever it is we need to do, or depending upon which option we take. We also have, and you know, I mentioned this before, we did a survey, and the number one priority for our citizens is the roads. I don't think we can ignore that.
Aren't most of those grants, though, based on projects that are needed for towns, not nice-to-have projects?
Yes, but transportation projects are considered needed, and in this case, you know, you're asking for safety like accident data and things like that, that would also be used to justify, and they'll look at that as well as part of a grant application. But no, I would say any kind of traffic improvement, they definitely look at that as being something that would be more favorable. Now, the other part of the project, which is that park enhancement, that would be one that the nice to haves may work, just depends on what type of grant program. It may be like, for instance, we can apply through the state. They have this Heritage Fund, and Heritage Fund monies are used for park enhancements and things of that sort. And so that would be something that if we'd mentioned that the underserved population, for instance, the handicapped, have a hard time accessing that park from the avenue, that would probably give it a very high rating and probably would make it likely that we'd get a big chunk, but it may not be the full amount that it costs to build it. So we would have to come up with a difference.
And sometimes with those grants, you have to be careful because there's a lot of stipulations with them as well. Sometimes the compliance for the grants end up being more than the grants themselves in some cases.
Mayor? Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Grady, on the Heritage Funds. You know, it went away for a while, but I'm glad it's back, and I know the town early on, after incorporation, you know, was very successful in getting several of those heritage grants to basically build, you know, half, or if not more, of Golden Eagle Park. So that's definitely a possibility. And, you know, we can debate the pedestrian safety, I guess, all night long, but another aspect to look at is from a motorist standpoint. And that's one of the reasons why I think, say, a traffic signal up on Palisades, you know, and Adero, Palomino is a good thing, because a lot of times, you know, there's the bulk of the traffic is on Palisades, so it's to their advantage to go through a green light and just keep going rather than stopping and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, years ago when the three-way stop was put in at Saguaro on the Avenue, there were a lot of complaints from people because they didn't want to stop, you know, and I know the pedestrian traffic has increased since then, but I think from a motor standpoint, you have to look at those things as well. And I understand the money thing and the prioritization, but on the other hand, it's like, you know, you could debate that on just about any improvement or project looking forward. And, you know, if some of the decisions that were made the last 30 years were all based on just money at the moment, I mean, half the things we have probably wouldn't even be here. So, you know, I think to enhance our downtown and to benefit our citizens and businesses and that kind of thing, you know, we've been concentrating on the downtown quite a bit the last almost 4 years that I've been up here in terms of the paving and the safety enhancements. And I see this as another, just another piece of that puzzle. And I think, you know, it just benefits the whole special events thing and just the flow of everything. So I look forward to the future data in a couple months and see where we land on that. But, you know, with a $7 million CIP budget, yeah, I mean, we could spend the $260 on something else. I get that, but we could spend a lot of other money on other things as well. And you know, we just heard this report from Community Services, 17 full-time employees, 5 parks, 2 trailheads, and you know, that's all quality of life, lifestyle, economic development. That all ties together. So I think we have to look beyond just black and white and just the money. There's more to it than that.
Thanks, Mayor. Also, Justin, in the packet, it seemed like all of the studies and the diagrams and all of the things were specific to 1-lane roundabouts. I didn't see a lot about 2-lane roundabouts. And the reason I'm cautious about a 2-lane roundabout, and the audience can back me up on this maybe, is if they've traveled down Hayden in front of the Harley-Davidson dealership on your way to Costco, you're literally taking your life in your hands. As you drive around that loop, you either find somebody who's recreating Vacation, Big Ben, spinning around in circles and circles because they can't get off the loop, or the one person in the number 1 lane halfway through making the roundabout entering into the number 2 lane so that they can get to Gunsight. So if there's, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that all of the things that were included by the designers were 1 lane, and it really didn't address the problems that are associated with 2-lane roundabouts.
Madam Mayor, council member, the initial from several years ago indicated if a single lane was built at that time, that by 2022, a second lane would need to be added to address the capacity, including the trucks. So the exhibits that we provided show an option of a 1 or 2.
Thanks a lot. I know we have a speaker card, correct? Yeah, this time we do. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, we do. First, we do have 2 written comments, and one is from Thomas Gahn, and then the other was from Ed Stizza. So now we do have 7 speaker cards, and they'll be called in the order that they were received. So first to speak is Brenda Calavianakis, council member-elect.
Thank you. We're getting my name right. Ms. Mayor, Town Council, Vice Mayor, thank you. The first thing I'd like to address tonight, Grady, is thank you for the invitation to go to the Arizona League Cities and Towns Conference. I had a really nice time there. I learned a lot speaking to the other managers, mayors, and council people. It was very informative. And not all the cities invite their elect officials, so thank you for that invitation. I really appreciate it. I'd like to request tonight that either we vote this down or we table what has been discussed till a future date. It's way too much money to study it, way too much money to build it. This goes back to the want to have versus need to have projects, which we seem to talk about quite a bit. I think we need to tighten our budget. I think we have hyperinflation looming. We are in a recession and possibly looking at a depression if things get much worse. We are looking at tough financial times. These kind of expenditures at this point doesn't seem to be right. Our need to have items, which were mentioned already, fixing our desperately flawed and leaking community center, which I think is all on our top of our list, fixing the roads, upgrading our infrastructure, flood mitigation. The original flood plan was flawed and engineered poorly, something that's got to be addressed by us. In the report by Justin, he mentioned safety. The presumption that roundabouts are safe is a contested item. Has the mayor or town council been given reports or expert testimony on the danger of roundabouts? Okay, that's something that we should be looking into. Maybe before we take a vote, we should take a look at the negative effects of roundabouts. Bishop Legal, which does litigation in this area, has a 5-point study on the dangers of roundabouts, one of which was, again, the multi-lane roundabouts, which were not mentioned in the packet. That's a big issue that was not addressed tonight. I won't go into this all specifically. I can make it available for you after the meeting, but until we get the other side of this, I think we have to put it on hold. We talked about traffic calming and traffic flow. And simply put, I don't think there's a traffic flow problem here. I sit at the All-American Sports Bar, and it seems to be a very nice flow situation. I don't see stoppages. I don't see people backing up. It seems to work very well. I don't see where that's an issue. It also affects climate impact was another reason that we should be able to build this. And I think that's a real stretch, and I don't know how that got put on your report. The effect of one roundabout and one little city and one little town and this great big globe would be infinitesimal. The difference in our carbon footprint, to make an analogy, would be so insignificant, you'd have to search for it with an electron microscope. For those who don't know what an electron microscope is, it gives you images of nanoparticles and things at the atomic level, really small things. I don't think building this roundabout would affect the climate at all. The bottom line is we need to fix the items that are important and are need to do, and we have to put off the want to haves. The one other thing I'd like to address is the minimization of amount of disruption caused by construction, which was another thing on your list. Well, if we don't build it, there won't be any amount of disruption caused by construction because it won't be built. So thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate it.
Next up is Bart Shea.
Mayor, I think our buzzer over here is broken, so Linda was trying to wave at you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity. I brought hard data. This is a traffic impact study that was done on the southwest corner of the Avenue in Saguaro. It was updated as recently as June of this year when I submitted plans for the phases on this project. Nowhere in this, not one spot, is it warranted for a roundabout on either end of the avenue. The stop signs that were installed as traffic calming devices are not warranted with traffic for safety or any other reason. Your estimate for the roundabout, it's about $4 million. Put that roundabout, you can shake your head and all you want, but the reality is, I do this for a living. That's what that's gonna cost to put a tunnel in. Why? Because I offered to put a tunnel in and handicap access into the park in conjunction with phase one. Never even came up. No one wants it. Now all of a sudden, we want to go back and get a tunnel and a stair and everything else and get a grant on something you can't prove as a need in any way, shape, form, function. And with finality, this is a want. And when it gets to the grant level and it's written up as a need, they're going to look at it and go, it's not. You can put competition with 700 other cities that have actual needs for items that go into this. This is not a need. You can't gerrymander the numbers well enough to make any portion of this a need. If you took all of the traffic that runs into Fountain Hills on the highest day ever, because I did, which is the Great Fair, it's the November, not the February. If you took all of the traffic and times it by 2.5, you still don't reach the numbers to put that avenue up. And ironically, to get to those numbers, the avenue's closed. That intersection's closed to get to those numbers. So do you not have a Great Fair to install this roundabout? Is that what this is? Because there isn't any way, shape in the world that you can call this as a safety item for the need in Fountain Hills, unless this is a national firm that updates this for me. I spent $120,000 gathering data and doing analysis on the corner. I don't have an opinion. I don't have a thought. I have hard data that says it's not a need. And if it was a need, here's the irony in this statement. If it was a need and even close to a need, I would have had to pay for it as an impact because I put 400 units on the avenue. The town would have made me install a roundabout. If it was even close, it would have been in the negotiations, and it's not. Guess I'm out of time. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. If you want some data, I'm always available.
I know we're not allowed to comment on. I know we're not allowed to comment on call to the public, but.
Not called to the public.
Oh.
You're good.
Oh, okay, so I can comment on it. All right. So if this has been submitted to town staff, like he just claimed, how come we don't have it? How come it wasn't made available for us to read? Yeah, Mr. Shea, did I misspeak? Did you say that you provided this to town staff?
Town council's been in possession of this traffic analysis since 2016 when it was done, when it was agreed upon on how many multipliers we'd have to put in to make it work for all the traffic. Then we spent $40,000 doing traffic analysis on every entrance into Fountain Hills, including Rio Verde, Tono Verde. That we had the correct math to know what the traffic was for 30 days. Then we used the town's analysis on traffic for the Great Fair, which Paul Mood insisted on, to make sure that we had all that could be.
Right, but was your statement to the council in your
Yes.
remarks saying that you, oh, no, I thought he said June.
I have to provide updates on every project I put in. I have to put an impact analysis. So they're only 4 pages, but the town has been in possession of this since 2016. As I submit new plans or submit product type, I have to put in an impact analysis to how many, because we changed the parking down on the avenue, I put underground parking in. And I also, at the town's request, took the entrance off of the avenue of the fountain to make sure that we could do our 28 different things a day. All that was negotiated back in.
Okay.
So yes, the town is aware of all of this information.
All right, so John, if I could have that sent to me, I don't know if the other council members want to read it, but I want to read that study, and I want the update from June. Thank you.
Okay, our next public speaker is Larry Myers.
Mayor, council, vice mayor. Well, I don't know how you follow that. But I was hoping to take a break from all this stuff, but you know, I saw the opportunity for going back to back in agreement with Councilman Magazine. And I couldn't resist it. And I'm coming back next time to go for a three-peat. So, quote, "The intersection of the Avenue of Fountains and Saguaro Boulevard has been difficult for pedestrians and vehicles to traverse since the early 1990s. The primary cause of these issues is the wide median on the Avenue of the Fountains and 4 travel lanes on Saguaro Boulevard, which creates an extremely large intersection footprint." Justin Weldy. "The new design has pedestrian crosswalks crossing 4 lanes of traffic with a median in the middle, only this time, no one has to stop because it's a roundabout. Since 1981, I don't recall any pedestrian accident, let alone a fatality at this intersection. Prove it and I'll stand corrected. I see no words, no proof of safety issue. Have any of you been down there at this intersection at 5:30 in the morning? I can assure you I have. It's a truck route with lots of people going to walk at the fountain park before the heat hits. I see no overwhelming call from residents for this waste. I hear them call for road repair. And during the election campaign, I recall a certain campaign publication presented, quote, "See issues first through the eyes of the residents, prioritize residents' wants and needs." That was the mayor's publication. And a certain political action committee was called mean for pointing this out. If you spend $260,000 to study, just to study, knowing full well that the incoming council majority does what they campaigned on, this will never get built, and that'll be $260,000 you can just flush right down the toilet. Once again, during the campaign, a certain political action committee called for a point, quote, "Remain financially healthy with an eye on future operational and capital needs." I think I've heard that here tonight, so I'm really happy. And that was Mayor Dickey as well. We were criticized for calling that out and said that that was untrue. So for once, I would like y'all to try listening, not demanding anything, try listening, use the money to fix the community center or whatever else needs to be done, and take a pass on this for now or maybe forever. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave Long. He left. Okay. Next is Crystal Kavanaugh.
Good evening, Mayor and the entire council. I like roundabouts in certain locations. I know the rules and I know how to use a roundabout. I understand the purpose of a roundabout is to keep traffic flowing. That being said, why would a multi-lane roundabout be a priority or a smart choice in a location where there is a truck route, fountain tourism, and pedestrian traffic? Traffic flow will be interrupted and it won't be safer as cyclists and able-bodied or disabled walkers abruptly cross into the traffic flow. Some stroll slowly with children and strollers, some with dogs, some with walkers, canes, and wheelchairs, all in the midst of a design that works best when traffic can flow. There is a big potential for many more pedestrian injuries and fender benders as traffic stops abruptly in the circle or as drivers look towards the park when the fountain goes off, now with a moving vehicle, just not at the stop sign. And considering that the Citizens Street Commission, as has been mentioned, recently reported $60 to $80 million in unfunded backlogs for street repairs, this unnecessary, excessive spending for a design of a potentially unsafe roundabout and additionally a park project is irresponsible. Plus, where is the money going to come from anyway to implement a completed roundabout project? If we can't even afford the finished project, why start spending the money for a design that is unaffordable for us to build? And tonight, I was wondering about the $300,000. So that is, it's almost $300,000, $260,000. Before I had heard it was $392,000. So I'm assuming that does include the after costs with the supervisory and the labor and things of that nature. Even so, it's a big amount if it never gets built. And in 2013, when a roundabout was discussed by the council, which did include Councilwoman Dickey at the time, the engineer at that time estimated at least a $940,000 cost for the roundabout alone. That was 9 years ago. Labor and materials are certainly not cheaper. Current estimates suggest that it will actually cost millions to complete this roundabout and park project. And at what cost do we want to have this discretionary, non-essential spending added into our budget? This is clearly a want, as been pointed out. It's not a need for Fountain Hills at this time. So please be responsible and don't ignore the input from the citizens. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gildersleeve.
Good evening. Liz Gildersleeve, Fountain Hills resident. I'm still a little stunned by what Bart Shea shared with us tonight. Not only is this roundabout design, should it be taken off the agenda for tonight, or at least a motion to put it to some further time, but I think even November is too soon. But anyway, the design for the roundabout at the Avenue in Saguaro is clearly a nice to have, as people have said, not a need to have at this time. Hopefully, you can all see that. That's not to say it shouldn't be done. I just believe it's financially unwise to do it at this point in time. With road repairs recently projected to be in the range of $60 million to $80 million, considerably more than our $46 million annual budget, does spending $260,000 on a roundabout design study seem like a good idea to all of you for a project that will ultimately cost more if roundabout construction even moves forward? Plus, don't forget there is now a $67 million Park Place lawsuit pending over the town's head that needs resolution. The roundabout design study is like a homeowner who wants a pool in his backyard despite the fact that whenever it rains, his roof and windows leak. So tonight, do you opt for the shiny pool, or do you choose the responsible path and re-roof your house and replace your windows? Do you choose, in other words, to place hard-earned dollars toward a roundabout study, a roundabout design study, or do you put the money and focus on road repairs and other need-to-have items. And please, resolve the Park Place lawsuit quickly with Mr. Shea. Enough of this nonsense. Thank you.
And the last speaker card I have is for Dan Kovacevic.
Hi, I'm Dan Kovacevic. Some of you might recognize me as sitting on planning and zoning. I'm here tonight as a private citizen. And the first thing I noticed when the roundabout was installed at La Montagne and the Avenue was that I could not see any pedestrians cat or corner. If you build a roundabout, you got to have something in the middle that people drive around that blocks basically 90 degrees of the 360-degree circle. It is not a safer solution in an area of high pedestrian traffic. It's a safer solution in an area of low pedestrian traffic where you're trying to slow traffic down, but you can't get any calmer than stopped. And the three-way stop is the best solution and the safest solution. It's safer for the pedestrians, it's safer for the bicycles, it's safer for the drivers. I happen to see what happens when somebody makes a turn and goes around the roundabout the wrong way in Michigan this summer. And no, it wasn't me, but it's not a pretty sight. So my point is, you guys were elected to manage the town budget. That's your decision. It is not the safer solution than what we have right now. A yes vote puts our citizens at risk, and a no vote is for safety. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we need a motion, or we're just decide that we're going to go ahead and look at it in November when we have the numbers? Pardon me?
How about January?
Nope, not letting you off the hook.
We can,
No.
for purposes of tonight, we could take a motion to postpone indefinitely, if that would work for the council.
Or a date certain.
Or to a date certain or indefinitely, either or.
When we're going to have the audit and is that going to be the second meeting in November or the first?
It's the first meeting. It's
November
November 1st or 2nd.
The first, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, so make a motion to move this to November.
First.
Right.
I think that was her motion, right? Yeah. First, the first meeting. That's when David will give us his report. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Mayor? I'm sorry for interrupting, but I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking a brief break for the council.
I think I'm going to adjourn this.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I apologize.
But before we do that, I wanted to mention that for our future agenda, probably October 4th, after we've been talking about wanting, more information. That's it. Never mind. We need to talk about the fire. We had that great presentation, and so could we bring that back so that we can all discuss that? And I think October 4th will probably give us enough time. And I also wanted to say that I know that we're all going to be thinking about those who were lost and the heartbreaking changes in our country on 21 years ago, in fact, on Sunday, September 11th. So I want to thank you all for that. We'll adjourn right now, and we'll come back for our work study in 10?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. are back. We're going to open up our work-study session. We're all here, so, and we'll get started. Grady, do you want to kick it off?
Yes, I'll just make some introductory remarks. So, Mayor and Council, recall that the council awarded a contract to Matrix to conduct a valuation of our law enforcement program. And as part of that, we're trying to obtain information that could also help us with our next intergovernmental agreement with Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. But a big part of this assessment was to look at various different service options that town has for providing law enforcement services. And I think just to make sure you're aware, tonight is just part one. Part two will come back in November. Tonight is Joyce going to be, they're going to provide the findings to you, and then they're going to try to get from you service levels of what you think we ought to be providing as a community. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Finance Director David Pock, who has some few remarks before he introduces our team or consultant from Matrix Consulting. With that, Mr. Pock.
All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. If you remember 2 weeks ago, we did do our fire study. That was a final report. This is a little different. It's an initial assessment, as Grady mentioned. It's basically going to be an overview of the analysis of the data that Greg from Matrix was able to collect. And based on that and the discussion tonight, he can go back to prepare a final or a draft report to bring back at the November 1st meeting. Just to give you a little background on Matrix, it's been around since it was founded in 2002. They've done over 400 different studies and analysis of different departments. Some of those are over 400 clients, including Phoenix, Buckeye, and Peoria. So there is some experience here in Arizona. We did award the contract in November of last year, so just about 10 months ago. And that's it for now. I would just like to introduce Greg Matthews from Matrix to go through his presentation.
Well, good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you for having me in this workshop environment. As I was introduced, my name's Greg Matthews. I'm a senior manager with Matrix Consulting Group, and it's wonderful to have the opportunity to speak with you again. As you probably remembered, I interviewed each one of you several months ago, either on the telephone or via Zoom, so happy to have an opportunity to talk with you again. I have a slide presentation. It has about 20 slides in it, and I can probably get through each one of these slides in about a 2-minute average. So we're looking at about a 40-minute presentation, but given this is a workshop environment, please feel free to interject and ask questions as we go along. We'll have an opportunity also for questions at the conclusion of the presentation, but I do encourage you as we go through this to talk, and ask me questions as we go along. I appreciate the background on Matrix Consulting Group. Just a little bit of background on myself. I probably provided this to you when we spoke, but I started my career in the mid-1980s in law enforcement at Pasadena Police Department, where I did patrol services, did undercover work, vice narcotics, and finished my career there in air support. We actually had a helicopter in Pasadena, so I was an observer in the helicopter. And then my first wife asked me to leave the profession right after the Rodney King riots occurred. So I followed the instructions of my first wife and did so, and did some other things in local government, and concluded my career as Deputy Director of Auditing for the City of Los Angeles, where we audited the 44 departments in LA. And I've been working with Matrix Consulting since 2005. I'm part of their public safety division. About 2/3 of our national work is in public safety. The other third is in other local government services. So that's just a little bit of background on me. David already provided some information on Matrix. So let's go ahead and proceed a little bit with the presentation here. So let me just kind of remind you what the project scope of work was. It was really intended to provide a comprehensive review of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office contract. And the elements of that review included looking at the terms and conditions of the existing contract and commenting upon those in our analysis, reviewing the service levels that you're receiving now, and doing the data analysis surrounding those service levels, and then providing to you some alternatives relative to contract services approaches to be provided by the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Those are some of the things we'd like to discuss tonight. In addition to MCSO, we were to assess alternative contract service delivery partners, and what are those potential partners regionally that may be able to provide service to you. Assess any interest that they may have in providing that kind of service to you. And then also another key element of this study was to address the potentials and possibilities of an in-house police department and developing a pro forma budget surrounding what that in-house police department would look like. So we're going to talk about several of these elements tonight, but just as a reminder, that was the project scope of work that you contracted with us. So what is essentially today's meeting agenda? What are we trying to accomplish today? So as David already suggested, this is part one of two. This is intended to be a discussion of the issues and assumptions and discuss the preliminary report findings and some broader conclusions that we have. And as we suggested, this is a precursor to the draft report that we'll come and discuss with you November 1st. So what are the discussions and topics that we'll discuss tonight? We'll talk about the contracted staff that you have with the Sheriff's Department compared to the actual deployment that you're receiving. What are the patrol calls for service and self-initiated activity? I'll define that for you. We'll have a discussion surrounding that. What is patrol and the role of proactive time and response time in developing staffing or recommended staffing levels? We'll do a little discussion surrounding that. What about investigations and detective workloads? What does that look like? How does that impact staffing? And what are the key issues presently that we see after our review of the contract within your current contract? We'll talk a little bit about those potential other contract partners instead of the Sheriff's Office, and then we will have an initial discussion surrounding that in-house police department possibility. So let's go ahead and begin. You know all this, so I'll move quickly through it. This is an overview of your community. Your population is about 24,000 and 20.5 square miles. Your average age of your population is close to 60 years, with more than 1/3 of the population considered that retirement age, 65 plus. You're considered, based on the data, one of the 2 safest residential areas in Maricopa County. So that's a highlight. Here's some data for you just to look at. It's based on the 2020 report that the Sheriff's Office has provided to you on an annual basis. Don't have the 21 yet the last time I looked. They do have one for the entire Sheriff's Department, but not specifically for Fountain Hills. These are the major crime incidents that occurred in 2020, ranging from all Part 1 crimes such as theft and burglary, vehicle thefts, robberies, sexual assaults, violence, homicides, and assaults. If you look closely at the numbers, 204 thefts, 72 burglaries, et cetera, et cetera. Your major crime events are about 1.2 per day. So that's what that number results in. So fundamentally, this is illustrative of a very safe community, at least as it relates to these kind of Part 1 crime types. So what about the staffing level comparisons? As you know, the Sheriff's Office has been unable of late to provide some of the deputy staffing that they have been contracted for. On the left-hand side here is the contracted law enforcement positions, and they range from decimal positions, because that's all you're being charged for. By example, 3/4 of a captain, because here in District 7, that Fountain Hills is not the only service area in District 7. So this is the model that they and you have chosen for charging a lieutenant at 1.25 down to 19 deputies you're contracted for, about 2.5 detectives, sergeants, some clerical admin assistant. And then here in District 7, you have the facility for the entire District 7 Sheriff's Office, and these are the numbers of staff that are deployed presently. One of the highlights, of course, is the number of patrol deputies. 13 patrol deputies. This was in May of 2022. And again, you're contracted for 19 deputies. And as you're more than familiar, there has been an issue, not only here, of course, at this Sheriff's Department, but nationally there's a staffing issue in law enforcement. And this is being reflected here at the Sheriff's Office. So this is just a comparison between what you're contracting for and what you're getting, and we'll discuss, based on what you're getting, what are the outcomes of that. So let's talk in general about patrol services first. I'll give you an overview of that. As you're all also familiar, patrol services is the core business of law enforcement, at least local law enforcement. There's other services that are provided, detective services, crime prevention services, school resource officers, other things, but this is truly the cornerstone of local law enforcement. Fountain Hills is contracted to deploy 4 deputies each shift, but presently, because of those staffing issues we just discussed, they're deploying 3 deputies per shift, generally speaking. There's patrol sergeants, which are supervisors in the field, that basically augment patrol deputies. They're there to supervise, they're there to provide call for service backup. They're even there to respond to calls for service as necessary. So that's part of the staffing that you have. Generally speaking, Fountain Hills, because of the staffing levels that they have presently, is operating at minimum staffing levels. That would be 1 sergeant and 3 deputies, rather than the 1 sergeant and 4 deputies that you're contracting for. So let's talk about, in the context of patrol services, what are some of the key workload components for patrol? And what they are is community-generated calls for service, CFS, we'll refer to it here in the presentation. You'll hear me probably refer to it as CFS. You'll see it in the report. But those are community-generated calls for service, and then there's deputy self-initiated activity. We'll talk a little bit about the difference between those two, and then one of the key performance metrics for patrol is the response time to your community. How quick can a deputy get to me when I pick up the phone and ask for help? So that's a response time metric. We'll talk a little bit about that. So this looks a little busy, and it is, but what it is, you can see on your monitors hopefully, is it's the calls for service data for 2021, last calendar year. And what this shows, it's the one on the left, is a heat map, if you will, of the busy and slower times by day and by hour. So if it's red or hot, those are the busier times of the day and week, and if it's green, those are the lower or slower times for calls for service. You can look at the rows and you can look at the columns, but fundamentally I ask you to focus in the far lower right corner, and you'll see the total calls for service in 2021 was 4,324 calls. Some of the busiest times, if you look at Friday at 10 a.m., that's red at 51 calls. Well, what that means is over the course of the year at 10 a.m. on Friday, 51 calls occurred. So over the course of the entire year, 4,324. What did those calls look like? What kinds of calls were they coming in? And that's the table on the right, if you will. What that is, it's a different kind of heat map. Those bars to the right, the darker the bar, the more intense or frequent that kind of call occurred at that particular time frame. But those are ranked numerically from top to bottom, the frequency in these, what these calls occur. So the top one was a welfare check, where you have 727 calls for service for a welfare check of your community. The HT, the number next to the 727 for 32.6, that's the handling time. How long did it take the deputy to handle that call once the call was received? Because the handling time's from the perspective of the recipient. Once the call's received to the time the deputy clears, that's the handling time. So you have your top 10 call types: welfare check, a false burglary alarm, motorist assist, suspicious activity, et cetera, all the way down. Of particular note, you won't see a particularly dramatic kind of call for service in your top 10, meaning, oh my God, I'm being robbed, can you get here? Or I've just had a burglary, can you please get here? Or there's a major traffic accident, can you get here? It's not those kinds of calls here in Fountain Hills. What I mean by what, exactly?
Not the kinds of calls we get.
You don't, the top 10 kinds of calls you're getting are not burglaries, are not robberies, are not thefts. They're these other kinds of calls, like a welfare check.
I see.
Or a motorist assist, or there's a traffic hazard in the road. So the good news is you're not getting calls from your citizenry saying, I've been robbed or burglarized, or somebody's beating me up or something like that. These are essentially lower priority calls, and kinds of calls, and we'll talk a little bit about that too. So that's the call for service profile you have here in the town of Fountain Hills. With respect to response time, remember I said one of the measures of effectiveness of patrol services, at least from the community's perspective, is response time. How fast does a deputy get there when I call? So, and the response time is the time between I call dispatch and the deputy gets to me. That's response time. So the response time used by the sheriff and used by many law enforcement agencies is based on a priority 3 level, 1, 2, and 3. 1 being the highest priority, 3 being the lowest priority. With respect to response time, you can see the column that says median RT. That's essentially the midpoint or the average response time for a priority 1 call. Let's look at that, 4 minutes. Average response time for a priority 2 call, 8.7 minutes, and 3, 11.5 minutes. This response time type, and it looks like it's a little faded on here, but that is an exceptional response time capability that the sheriff is offering you. Getting to a priority 1 call in 4 minutes on average or less is the goal that most law enforcement agencies have nationally, and the vast majority of them cannot meet. Similarly, priority 2 and priority 3, generally speaking, typically law enforcement agencies will have a 15 to 20-minute response time target for priority 2s and a 30-minute response time target for priority 3s. You can see the performance that the sheriff office offers relative to priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. Very rapid response times. So that's an exceptional response time and performance metric that you as a community and the sheriff should be proud of. As we noted earlier, with respect to the kinds of calls for service, you can look here and see in priority 1, only 2% of the calls for service here are priority 1 calls. That's, I'm being robbed, or there's an injury accident on the road, or something like that. The other are priority 2 and priority 3, about 98% of the calls. Okay, so we talked a little bit about response time. I've given you a profile of calls for service, and that is particular workload that results in something that we term proactive time. So let me give you an overview of proactive time. Proactive time is the model that we utilize at Matrix that basically assists us in determining your necessary staffing levels, or what we believe are appropriate staffing levels for you. The proactive time model is supported by the International Association of Chiefs of Police. That's the model that they prefer and suggest you use. You've probably heard officers per 1,000, deputies per 1,000. I could spend an hour on that topic. I'm not going to. I'll just say we don't use that. We do the proactive time modeling. So what is proactive time? Proactive time is that free time a deputy is available after they respond to a call for service and do all the things associated with a call for service. So it's their call for service response. It's the administration surrounding calls for service. I got to write a report. I'm taking somebody to jail. I have to do a jail run. Those kinds of things. A call for service also incorporates Deputy Matthews, backs up Deputy Smith. That's considered time dedicated to a call for service. I go help my partner out. That's time associated with that. Then there's things that come out of proactive time, such as administrative workload. You know, I have to fuel my car. I have to go to a shift briefing, those kinds of things. That is deducted. And then there's meals and rest breaks. That time is deducted. So once I'm doing calls for service, once I've done my meal, once I've done my shift break, all of these things, then what's left over is how much proactive time do I have to do other things?
Mr. Matthews, can I ask something about
Please,
that? So
yeah.
you'll probably get to it, but in our case, we came up too high with that percentage. But how does that, and again, I'll be looking for your advice, how does that translate into actual, you can do another whole project? I mean, you could see a bunch of different guys and gals having that maybe too much proactive time, but does that translate into, okay, let's have a program maybe that.
Yes, it does.
Does it? Okay.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you reading ahead, because yes, I will get to that. We'll talk a little bit about those proactive time blocks and what you can do with them. But typically speaking, with respect to proactive time, what we like to see and what we typically, not always, but typically recommend for proactive time for a law enforcement agency is a range of 35 to 50%. When we see a range outside of 35 to 50%, that's a red flag for us, okay? So, because too much proactive time or too little proactive time is a problem, fundamentally. And we'll talk about, well, what kind of problems arise from too little or too much proactive time. But first, let's talk about what the proactive time is. And this is a table, proactive time by 4-hour time blocks for the different days of the week, with the overall average for those time blocks. And then again, I refer you to the bottom right corner, the overall proactive time for the entire week, being 73%. So remember, in the prior slide I mentioned 35 to 50% is the proactive time range we're generally looking for. Anything outside of that is something worth evaluating further. If you look closely, it's another heat map, if you will. The dark or green shows significant proactive time by time blocks. The lighter you get, the less proactive time. You can see it's actually reasonably busy from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Monday and Tuesday. It's reasonably busy, but not quite as busy as 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. most of the week. 52% proactive time, 47% proactive time, those kinds of things. But an average of 73% proactive time. So back to your question about use of proactive time for projects or those kinds of things. Let's just talk categorically about proactive time ranges and where there are issues or not issues or what you can do. So 25% proactive time level or below, that's a real problem, because an agency with that overall proactive time, they're doing what I did in the 80s and early 90s when I was in patrol at Pasadena. I was going call to call to call to call. If I could do a traffic stop, that was an unusual activity. If I could take a meal, that was unusual. So 25% or below, you don't have any proactive time in any reasonable block of time to say, I'm going to go park my patrol unit and do traffic enforcement. Just not really going to happen. The 40% proactive time level, however, is generally sufficient, because with this overall average of proactive time, most shifts, officers will have certain blocks available to go things. I can go do a business walk. I can do targeted traffic enforcement. I can park my cruiser for 15 minutes and, pull out, at people at the 40% proactive time level. I can do some beat-specific programs that might be appropriate to address these community issues. Once I go up to 50% proactive time, then I even have more time. Just that 10% delta, 40 to 50, dependent upon the kind of shift is worked, 8 or 12 hours, that's another 45 minutes or an hour and 15 minutes in a day. That's some reasonable time if you get that as a block. So I can do some additional programmatic activities. Some of my time I'll have available to really do a foot beat, do a bicycle beat if I wish to, something like that. Work on those specific projects that the mayor suggested. Above 50% proactive time, unless you're in a huge rural area, and the reason you have more proactive time in a huge rural area is to help facilitate those response times, because you need the time available so I can have a response time and get across the large county I might be transiting. But otherwise, if you have above 50% proactive time, this overall proactive time for an agency will be very challenging to keep patrol busy regularly, and quite frankly, it's, in our experience, talking to hundreds of different officers and deputies, it's difficult to keep deputies and patrol officers engaged because it's pretty quiet out there. So that kind of gives you some aspects associated with different proactive time ranges. So what do I do with proactive time, and more specifically, what are the deputies here at the sheriff's office doing for the town of Fountain Hills with proactive time? You've already seen this kind of table before. It's this heat map table where you have deputy self-initiated activities by hour of day and day of week. And a self-initiated activity can be anything from, I go out and do a traffic stop, I go do a self-initiated welfare check. I decide I'm going to go do it rather than a call for service. There's a variety of things I can do. I can do a business walk. I can go into the museum and walk around. Anything like that where I, as a deputy, initiate the activity, that's a self-initiated activity. I draw your attention to the lower right again. 4,213 self-initiated activities in 2021 were conducted based on the computer-aided dispatch records. Again, the table to the right, you've seen a similar table before. These are the self-initiated activities by type, the top 10. The top one is a patrol vacation watch. I'm going to go out, I heard Mr. and Mrs. Smith are on vacation, I'm going to go check their house and walk around. Traffic violation, doing a speed stop or something like that. Follow up on a prior call. Maybe I'm working a case with a detective, something like that. School programs, go help the school resource officer on a school program that I'd been requested. So these are the top 10 self-initiated activities. 1,871 was the top self-initiated activity. That represents a little more than a third of all self-initiated activities related to that vacation watch activity. So let's talk a little bit about summarizing the self-initiated activity. In Fountain Hills, a deputy self-initiated activity represents about the same amount of work as the calls for service, because it was in the low 4,000s. Handling time was about the same on average. So number of calls for service, self-initiated activity that's being accomplished, about the same. In those top 10 list of self-initiated activity, 4 out of 10 of them are somehow related to vehicles, whether it's a speed stop, a motorist assist. 4 in 10 of them are something related to traffic or helping a motorist, something like that. You have all articulated to me traffic is a key issue here in the community. The most common self-initiated activity, as I already suggested, is patrol vacation watch. That's 44% of the self-initiated activity. And then very little of the self-initiated activities just as Councilmember Magazine, did I pronounce that correctly? Because it's spelled like magazine, I hope I pronounced it correctly, suggested earlier, what do you mean it's not high-profile stuff? Well, the self-initiated activity isn't necessarily high-profile either, because you're not going out and stopping a suspicious person. You're not going out and doing a business walk. You're not doing a field interview of somebody, why are you here and what are you doing? It's the other kinds of things that are listed on the prior slide.
I have a question. So the proactive, if it's never good to have a higher percentage, even if you're in an area with lower crime, so to speak, so that, because the things that they're doing during it is really useful.
The things, yes, the things that deputies or police officers do during proactive time can be very useful. But again, as we suggested earlier, there can be too much free time, because you can't occupy your time effectively if you're over that half my day is dedicated to trying to do something, particularly if it's a very safe community, because I'm not out doing aggressive preventive patrol because I have a huge burglary problem. So, so if you have too much proactive time in a relatively safe community, that's problematic. So fundamentally, though, all proactive time, irrespective of the law enforcement agency, needs to be managed effectively. So part of the proactive time that's being accomplished now, as we suggested, those motorist assists, speed stops, et cetera. In 2021, deputies wrote citations or served vehicle warnings, said, don't speed, I'm not going to give you a ticket, but just stop speeding, 2,167 times. That's an average of 6 warnings or citations a day. Part, though not all of this, is captured in the self-initiated activity I showed you in the prior table. The reason that is the case is, again, another hour conversation that we won't have, but the bottom line is CAD records aren't 100% comprehensive in almost all law enforcement agencies. So there are other records that you can access, such as this, that shows the number of citations and warnings that were conducted.
Can I ask a...
Please, yeah.
It's not a serious question, but if we get pulled over in a non-peak period of time, can we ask the officer if this is a self-initiated activity?
You can ask him if it's a self-initiated activity. If you asked me if it was a self-initiated activity, I would say, yes, it absolutely is, and I'll make sure it gets in the CAD record so it's reflected that I'm actually doing work, so yes. So let's talk a little bit about some of the key patrol observations related to the calls for service, the self-initiated activity, response times, et cetera. So Fountain Hills is a safe community, you know that. But one of the key law enforcement issues here is traffic related. You've nearly all brought that up during our interviews. And as you can see by the data for self-initiated activity, 4 of those top 10 categories were related to traffic or motorist stuff. Calls for service are generally lower priority here, where call types in this community, only 2% of them are ranked priority 1. You have a very high average proactive time rate, 73%. And what's important to note, that 73% is not based on your contracted level of deputies. That 73% is based on your deployed number of deputies presently. Well, higher, yes. I wouldn't use the term worse. I would use the term higher, yes. So that's the level of proactive time at your present deployment strategies that the Sheriff's Office is able to provide. The Sheriff's Office, as we've already articulated, provides exceptional response time to Fountain Hills. Many of your community members, you yourselves, as a metric, embrace that, say, oh, that's priority 1 is getting a deputy or a police officer to our community. So that's exceptional response times. Deputy self-initiated can be improved given the amount of proactive time you have available. So we saw the number of activities that they were conducting and were being recorded, as you suggested. Go ahead, please.
I know you said that there's staffing issues all over. Is there any relationship between our high average proactive time and the staffing, do you think?
Well, as the mayor suggested, if you had your contracted staffing levels, your proactive time would be higher. So, generally speaking, when we do these studies, we always look at what's deployed as opposed to what staffing was authorized or staffing is contracted. So what we're trying to provide to you is a real-time picture of what's going on now. But if you did have that additional deputy here, you have the 3 instead of the 4 typically, your proactive time would be even larger, which then begs the question that this one bullet point suggests, is managing that proactive time, because this one bullet point suggests deputy proactive time utilization via self-initiated activity can be enhanced or improved.
Can you look at that and say we're overstaffed?
I'm going to get to that later in the study.
Another question I would have about that is, do you have examples of, I mean, I know we all talk about community policing or helping the school district or having a cop on the corner regularly.
Coffee with the cop, or
Yeah,
yes,
That's right, yeah. Cop's
Right.
always on the corner. So, but if you have, will you have suggestions like that? I mean,
For the
obviously,
draft
it kinda
report in our
depends on-
for our November meeting, yes. I will have those kinds of recommendations. But right now, I'm giving you the finding. And the finding is that can be improved upon. And then further emphasis can be placed upon traffic enforcement activities, because you do have sufficient capacity to do so. Remember, I said there was a little over 6 traffic citations and warnings a day as an illustration of the kinds of things that are being performed on proactive time. Just to give you a benchmark, one motor officer on a motorcycle, typically a benchmark we recommend for their performance is 1 ticket or warning an hour. So an 8-hour shift, 8 tickets. Right now, the average is 6-point-something warnings and citations for the day.
Well, wait, it's important to note that a motor officer's main job is to respond to either traffic accidents or to issue tickets. That's why their productivity is going to be higher, because that's job specific. So let's not take anything away from the deputies that are working the street now. So a fair comparison would be, yeah, if we had a motor officer, we don't have a motor officer that does motorcycle work. So also, I wanted to point out that we had a problem first, I believe, in Fountain Hills prior to your study and prior to this, where we had a lot of senior officers that were assigned to Fountain Hills because Fountain Hills was the retirement destination in your career. Like on the Chicago Police Department, if you wanted, after you worked and you were close to retirement, you would go out to either O'Hare Airport or Midway, where you kind of finished out your career. Because the drive to do police work, I hate to say it, diminishes with the more time that we have on the job. The more time we have on the job, it makes us realize that we need to get off the job, and our productivity goes down. I think what is important to point out, since Captain Kratzer has taken over, is because of his ability to staff the MCSO, this district, with newer officers who want to come here. So we have officers that are younger who are willing to put in that work. They're not just driving around, wasting time, looking at the clock, waiting to... Did I reach my 3 minutes? I'm trying to give you a compliment right now, and you're interrupting me. Bad move. No, so there's just some things that I wanted to point out that, as we get a little long in the tooth in our career, we kind of do a little bit less work. We are on, I use the word on view events. start to drop and everything, because basically we are driving around waiting for the clock and waiting for the day to end. So I think if this study was done when I first came onto the council, I think the numbers would be much different than they are now. So I'm not saying there's not room for improvement. Of course there's room for improvement. But I just wanted to tell the other council members that, you know, when you're talking about a motor officer, that's job specific. Just like a homicide detective is not doing.
And that's very accurate. The intention of providing you just the output of one motor officer is so you had a nexus between what a dedicated traffic officer can do at 8 a day versus what you have now for the patrol force. It does, the point being, it does suggest, am I gonna get you, I called him David on the phones, is it Spellick or Spellich? What Councilman Spellich suggested is, that's absolutely right. Typically speaking, a patrol deputy, a patrol officer in a car that has to answer calls for service and what have you, they're not gonna be able to have that level of motor officer performance. Absolutely correct. But having said that, the more proactive time you have, if you are directed to do traffic enforcement as one of your major activities, then you have sufficient time to write some tickets or provide some warnings. So, okay, so that was some of the key patrol observations. Appreciate the questions. I don't have to lecture that way. So let's talk a little bit about investigations, which might be near and dear to your heart. So let's provide an investigations overview. Presently, you're contracted based on the formula for 2.55 detective positions. Now, similar to patrol, and I haven't referenced this yet in the presentation, but it is referenced in the report that you also have, is you were assigned detective position based on beats. Now, there's something that we'll get to the bottom of in the future report, but the model was 0.5 detectives per beat, and you have 3.8 beats in your formula. That doesn't add up to 2.55. You also had basically one deputy per beat as part of your formula for devising your staffing plan. You have 3.8 beats. But we'll get to talking about developing staffing plans on beat structures, but you have a detective positions based on a beat structure as opposed to caseloads or workload activity, okay? So detailed investigative workload by a case type, a burglary, a robbery, a theft, an aggravated assault, something like that. For detectives, that data wasn't readily available. We couldn't get the precision or the precise data from the sheriff's office relative to what kind of specific workloads were being worked upon. And then in the absence of that kind of specific caseload information, it becomes more difficult for us, the sheriff's office, you, anyone, to say, well, what should the staffing plan be if we don't have some of that specificity in data and caseload type? So let's talk a little bit about what data we do have relative to caseloads. We have detective caseloads by number, how many cases were assigned for the last couple of years. 2020 was 277 cases. 2021 was 139 cases. If I remember the subsequent slide, it's about 208 cases on average per year. So let's talk about the overall observations. As you can note by the prior slide, just by looking at the bar charts, there was a large caseload differential between 2020 and 21. Despite this large caseload differential, detective staffing and what you were being charged for did not shift any. You were still charged for the same number of detectives for investigative services. For those 2 years, the average caseload was 208 for the 2.55 detective positions you're being charged. So what does that result in mathematically? What that results in is 6.8 cases assigned per month per detective position. So you may ask, well, is that a lot? Is that a little? Is that average? What does that even look like? Well, since we don't know what kind of cases they were, we can talk about some generalities. And Councilmember Spellich can literally chime in. This was some of his experience. So our investigative experience, based on our studies that we did, if you're a generalist detective, rather than a specialist detective, like a homicide detective or a robbery detective, but if you're a generalist detective in like a smaller agency, I can't focus on one thing. I kind of got to do them all. I got to do the robbery, I got to do the burglary, I got to do the theft. They can typically carry and be assigned an average of 9 to 12 cases per month. Okay? They'll get 9 to 12 cases will come across their desk. That number is starting to head to the lower end now because of the advances in technology, because of the forensic evidence that has to be reviewed on telephones and computers and things like that. But the bottom line is a fundamental range for a generalist detective is 9 to 12 cases per month. So based on the available data, at 6 point, pardon?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Maybe this is more of a question for Grady. I'm just wondering, the contract we have, I mean, is there flexibility year to year to make adjustments? Or are we locked into certain numbers for the full length? I'm not quite sure how that works.
So the way the contract is written, it's basically written to be the numbers that you see. And I believe that if we gave them advance notice, like based on the current stats for next year, we can get adjustments made. But it's really silent on the way it is. So I think we could do that. I would definitely want to have it be more performance-based. And we're talking about a lot of different performance indicators that we want to put in the next contract.
Because I know the price we get for 1 year is based on the previous year. I just didn't know how much wiggle room there was in there to make adjustments, you know.
And Councilmember Spellage, you might remember he had brought up, it's what, 2 years ago or so, that you thought that perhaps the detectives could be better deployed if they were working more in patrol, because you felt like there was enough. We were short there, and that was where more of the need was.
Just to piggyback off of Councilman Charno's point, it's important to note that the number of detectives you have assigned is one thing, but what is the clearance rate? And I talked to the council members, and I'll just remind all of you what the clearance rate is. The clearance rate is, as a detective, I could have 30 cases a month. I kind of chuckled at 9 to 12 cases per month. That's in Chicago was 9 to 12 a day. So a detective can get a case, but what's the important factor, which I asked Captain Kratzer to get us this information, and I'm sure he's working on it for his next presentation, is what is the clearance rate? As a detective, I could get 30 cases a month, but if I'm only able to clear, and what I mean by clear is the cases to fruition, to an arrest, or I'm putting a warrant out for somebody's arrest, or I have the evidence to move forward with a grand jury indictment for a warrant for an arrest. These are all things, and I don't know what the clearance rate is in Fountain Hills. I've asked for that number. I don't know what it is. So you could have 2.5 detectives with a 50%, and that's a really high number, but a 50% clearance rate, and it's outstanding. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but we no longer have detectives assigned to Fountain Hills.
No, I am, but it's just the number you're
right.
contracted for.
So
Yes.
I think would hurt us, and once again, I'll preface these remarks with nothing against Captain Kratzer. These decisions that are made much higher up than the captain level. But what hurt us, I believe, is when MCSO took those detectives out of Fountain Hills, put them downtown or somewhere, Lower Buckeye, wherever they're at, and they're doing general assignments, and they can work anywhere. They can work, you know, Cave Creek, anywhere MCSO goes. So I think that was hurtful to us, because as a detective assigned to an area and you never leave that area, you begin to know who the players are. And what do I mean by who the players are? I mean, who are the habitual criminals in town? Who are the people that commit crimes? Who are the ones that are our go-to people every time something comes up? Burglars are burglars. They do burglaries. They go to jail. When they get out, they do burglaries. It's what they're good at. So, you know, it's like, you know, a CPA. A CPA is good at balancing books. No offense, Dave. But that's what they do. They do books. Burglars do burglars. Guys that rape or do sexual assaults do sexual assaults. They very rarely break out into other things that they're unfamiliar with. So I'm glad that you pointed it out, but I think a key to this, which obviously you didn't get this information from them, because I'm even having a hard time having them share it with us.
Correct.
And we pay the bill, is the clearance rate.
Right.
And I think in new contract negotiations, I think it would be absolutely imperative that we get the
And we'll
detectives.
we'll talk about that
Okay.
in the draft
Okay.
report. But dovetailing on his comments relative to clearance rates and what have you is the last bullet here. And that is, remember going back to one of the first slides, I showed you the kinds of priority crimes and, you know, thefts were up there and you had a couple dozen burglaries and things like that. The kinds of cases that are going to be assigned to these detectives fundamentally aren't going to require a huge amount of work in most instances, because most of them are going to be, by the nature of their type of case, are not going to be solvable, and therefore are not going to be cleared because somebody stole my mail out of my mailbox. Well, was there is there witnesses? No. Would you have a suspect? No. Well, then I don't have a lot of work to do on it, do I? Unless I have a pattern, but that's a different story. Fundamentally, the bottom line, though, is the workload that the detectives have related to the cases that they're getting from Fountain Hills is not going to be homicide or robbery or sexual assault related workload typically.
That's sort of what, so I'm a little bit confused about them going off-site, because I thought that the reason behind that was so they weren't going to be generalists, so that they would go and then...
To their specialty.
Yeah, so that's different from what my understanding was. They left here maybe partly because of what you're saying here about caseloads, but also that they went to be where if we did have a burglary or something, it would go to someone who was a specialist or, you know, was mostly familiar with that, and wherever they happened to be located, it didn't matter as long as they were the ones that were kind of the experts with that. So I thought that's what precipitated that change, so I don't know.
In our November meeting in the draft report, someone mentioned, I'm sorry, it's past midnight for me in North Carolina, but someone mentioned utilizing patrol officers to do some casework. And many municipalities do have patrol officers or deputies doing some casework of lower priority if they have the capacity to do so or the proactive time. So that's something we'll be discussing in the draft report. Okay, so we talked about proactive time, we talked about self-initiated activity, we've talked about investigative workloads. So what are some of the contract issues that we've noted that we'll discuss in the report that require resolution? So first of all, the staffing drivers in the contract. The historical staffing drivers for deputies and detectives, they're based on a beat structure. They're not based on really relevant, frankly, workload requirements such as calls for service or proactive time or caseload standards. Now, in fairness, if a beat structure is designed such that calls for service are equalized and what have you, one could argue that, you know, no, we're basing it on workload. We have a 4-beat structure and you know, the calls are equalized and whatnot. That does make some sense, but fundamentally there's much better ways to approach it than doing a beat, because back in the day, I used to redesign beats. I can make this a 3-beat structure, frankly. Or a 2-beat structure, and you wouldn't want to staff necessarily by a beat structure. You want to staff based on workloads. So, and just with respect to contracting protocols, we haven't seen a beat structure model before. This is the first time we've seen it for a staffing model. Beyond the response time for priority 1 calls, that, as we've already said, ad infinitum is exceptional here, you really have no performance metrics in your contract other than response time. We already talked about clearance rate. There are other metrics that can be embedded in a contract to be able to manage the performance of that contract. There are other contractual staffing model issues, frankly, in the favor of the sheriff's office. You're being charged for 3 sergeants. That's not enough sergeants to manage your patrol force. You need a minimum on a 12-hour shift 4. So we will be pointing those kinds of issues out as well, is where are there shortcomings in the sheriff's office contract that are actually shorting them, if you will. So basically, in some of the terms and conditions of the contract have opportunities for improvement. Those are related to effective contract management. Those are related to the level of service delivery. All of those will be teased out in the draft report that we'll discuss in November. So what about alternative contract approaches? So part of the study was to explore alternatives to contract service delivery beyond the sheriff's office, such as a potential in-house police department or an alternative contract service provider. An in-house police department staffings and cost profile will develop for you, but we need a little discussion surrounding that in a next slide or two. And that'll be based on different optional staffing strategies that we can discuss here momentarily. Also, we are, and I'm going to say have now, explored law enforcement service options with Scottsdale Police Department and Fort McDowell Indian Reservations. With respect to those two agencies, we reached out to them, and it's just not me on this project. I have two others in the background that aren't as good looking as me, so they're not here presenting. Fundamentally, we've reached out to both Scottsdale and Fort McDowell. They almost verbatim said, we do not have the capacity to provide services to Fountain Hills in the foreseeable future. And that is, for what we've already discussed earlier, the same thing that the sheriff's office is suffering, staffing shortages, Scottsdale is suffering, Fort McDowell Indian Reservation is suffering, nationally law enforcement staffing is suffering. So they are not interested in providing contract services to you in the foreseeable future.
I'm tired, so this question may not make any sense.
Okay, that's mine.
What's the relationship between Fountain Hills being the second safest town in Maricopa County and staffing shortages?
What's the relationship between it being the safest town and staffing shortages? I would suggest there is no real nexus. The fact of the matter is you could have 100 deputies here or the number you have now and perhaps less, and I don't think, given presently in the short or medium term, the community profile will change that dramatically.
But wouldn't it be, isn't it related to the type of crimes or type of instances they're being called? And I mean, we have a very low crime rate here.
You do.
So given what you've shown us and what the priorities are and well checks and things like that, so wouldn't that relate to the difference?
So let me rephrase that. Are you suggesting that if your staffing remains or goes higher, that your community will remain just as safe or safer?
Well, no, Alan wanted to know the relationship. Could you repeat your question again? Because he wanted to know the relationship. So I was thinking that the relationship is their workload and what they have to do. I mean, if we were in a very high, unsafe crime town,
yes,
then wouldn't that change that ratio?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That's what
It'd
I
change
mean.
your ratio, it'd change your staffing levels, it'd change the type of work that they do, absolutely. And it would change your focus. In other words, you wouldn't have had the prior discussions with me that traffic is the key issue here. You'd be saying, we got a real burglary issue. Or, you know, there's sexual assaults all the time here. Well, those weren't the conversations we had. I think the objective, of course, is to retain this safe community. So how do you do that? What's the best way to staff a law enforcement agency here, whether it's the sheriff's office or something else, to retain your safe community, to address your community issues? So the next slide was the questions, and it does give us an opportunity to talk about some of those key issues. And so one of the key issues is patrol services. We've been talking about that. And your contract stipulates, and you're being charged for the 19 deputies, plus the supporting staff. Yet 13 deputies that was used in this model resulted in that level of proactive time. So the question for you becomes, when we go back and do a report, and we're going to recommend independently, but we're also here to meet your needs. Are you satisfied with your existing deputy staffing contingent?
So hypothetically,
Yes.
we may decide that 13 is just fine, and the next contract says 13 instead of 19.
Correct, and you would pay accordingly.
Okay.
Moreover, importantly, remember one of the elements of this study is an in-house police department. Is that a staffing level that you would be willing to live with? 1 sergeant per shift, 3 patrol officers per shift, because that would impact the cost of your in-house police operation. More patrol officers, more cars, more radios,
But
more equipment.
beyond, right, because the
Right.
radios and the equipment, and you also had mentioned, I don't remember now what it was, but it was some kind of a service that we were getting that we weren't technically paying for. And so part of, when we say we're paying for 19, but then the contract actually is for us to pay for the previous year's expenses. So it never really works out because we're obviously getting good service, on many of these measures, and we're paying for what did that the year before, and whether it's 9 or 13 or a deputy who's stepping in, so I think there's room for improvement both on their side and on our side, but I'm not sensing we really want to change the result very much because the results are good.
So, and that is some of the work direction we can talk about now, you can talk about over the next couple of weeks, you can get back to me. We're going to give you the matrix recommendation, but really what you're fundamentally looking at is your contract number, a sergeant and 4 deputies in patrol, or a sergeant and 3 deputies in patrol, and that's what you go with, because that's what you're getting, and that's what these numbers are based on.
But how do we make sure that you're also taking into account not only all of the capital equipment that we would have to get, but also, the SWAT and the other things we get because of the vastness of MCSO?
Correct.
How do we put our, now, do we have those things happening every day? No, but the other day, well, a couple weeks ago, somebody was missing and there was a helicopter looking for them.
Right.
So if we don't, we would have to have a helicopter then or whatever. So I think, is everything going to be part of this or is it just?
Yes.
Is it just
So
staffing?
when we build the model associated with an in-house police department, we will build those ancillary services in. What typically happens is one of 2 things nationally. Is a large law enforcement agency, such as a sheriff's department or a sheriff's office, will, through mutual aid, provide these kinds of services pro bono, like the helicopter observation that you provided, or will have a fee associated with, it costs us to operate the helicopter $375 an hour, so, we'll do this and bill you back. So you wouldn't have to get it yourself. So, and we'll talk about those 2 independent models. But given the professionalism of the vast majority of sheriff's offices in the United States, if you have a need, they're going to come help you. And they'll probably come help you without charging you. But the question remains for Fountain Hills is how often are you going to need a dive team? Or how often are you going to need SWAT? Or how often are you going to need the helicopter? And the answer is probably very infrequently. So, but we'll discuss that in the draft report. I think fundamentally this question remains at the baseline patrol level. Are you all okay based on the data with what you're getting right now? Or would you prefer what the contract stipulates, another deputy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, I believe that a lot of Fountain Hills safety is baked into where we're located geographically. What is our biggest complaint? What will Amanda or Rachel or anybody say when they say, well, we got to get people to come out to Fountain Hills? Well, what's their main beef? It's so far. Well, criminals think the same thing. A criminal, okay, I'm not trying to be funny, but it is kind of funny. A criminal is not going to drive all the way to Fountain Hills to do a residential burglary when he can drive 3 blocks out of Phoenix into Scottsdale or Paradise Valley and get what he wants. We have residential burglaries in this town and everything because burglars go where the money is. You don't go and commit a burglary in the projects. You're not going to come up with much. They don't have anything to steal. So, so geographically, we're located in a really good spot because we're hard to reach. That's for people that want to spend money here, and that's for people that want to take money here. So that's a good thing. The other thing is, and I understand what the mayor's saying, but I'm going to give the analogy that if any of us on this council went to go buy a new car, and let's say we were going to go look at a BMW, and a BMW was $60,000, and we give the guy a check for 60 grand, and he pulls up a Chevy Malibu, we're all going to be pissed. And we're all going to go, wait a minute, I just cut you a check for 60 grand. You told me you were bringing up a Beamer, and instead you brought me up a Chevy. Nothing against Chevys. But I'm just saying, I said this from the very start. I campaigned on this from the very start. MCSO is not fulfilling their contract to the town residents of Fountain Hills. Yes, crime is low. Crime is relative, you said the second best in the entire state of Arizona. That's great. That's something really great to be proud of. But also, we're stewards of taxpayers' money. We're not getting what we're paying for. So therefore, we need to get what we pay for or get a refund in what we've been paying for that we haven't gotten. As it relates to a SWAT team, SWAT team has come out here to serve some high-risk warrants and stuff like that. We don't need a SWAT team. We sure as hell don't need a helicopter. They're good, but they're really expensive, and we don't need them. For the first 10 years that I was on the Chicago Police Department, the city of Chicago didn't have a helicopter. Let that sink in. The city of Chicago did not have a helicopter until somebody donated one, and then we got one. Just like how we get our horses for the mounted unit. We get them donated. Glue factory or go on the Chicago PD and ride on the lakefront. Good choice for the horse. So I'm just saying that it's all relative, but my bottom line with this whole thing and what I've been professing to this council and the council that left and everything is, let's just get what we're paying for. Yes, we have low crime rate. Yes, the sheriff's deputies are doing their job and everything, but we're still being overcharged for a service, and I believe that we should drill down on this and start getting what we're paying for, and I don't think a good option is to get less. I don't think it's ever, I mean, it's good to have less cancer. It's not good to have less police. So if we're paying for, what did you?
If you're paying for 4, it sounds like Councilman Spellich is saying you should have 4 deputies.
100%.
And rather than the 3 you have now, which gives you the performance metrics you had before you.
Correct. And I don't think a good rational argument is, and I'm not saying what you said was incorrect, because recruiting is at an all-time low. Who would want the job of a police officer when you can't turn on the TV and they're not saying you're the absolute scum of the earth? No one wants that job. Hey, people think my job is really crazy. God, I want to sign up. So yeah, staffing is an issue, but staffing being an issue is not the issue of the town of Fountain Hills. That staffing issue is with MCSO. Pay your deputies more and do better at recruiting, and you'll get more people. But what MCSO does is bring people in for less pay. They get certified, post-certified, and the minute they get post-certified, Scottsdale or Paradise Valley or some other department offers them more money, and they leave, which is just, of course, we all do that. Teachers do that. Anybody goes for more money. So, so that saying that, you know, well, recruitment is an issue, I agree with you. Nationally, recruitment is an issue, but that's not the issue of Fountain Hills. That's the issue that lies with MCSO. Once again, fulfill your contract.
I have to respond to that because of what you said about the contract part, because it's been this way that we pay for the service we get from the year before. So, you know, we have responsibility that this contract had a number of patrols that wasn't really needed. So it's a number on a piece of paper, but to say we're not getting what we paid for, I don't agree with that, because we pay for what the expense was from the year before, however that worked out. So whoever was being paid, whether it was a patrol person or such. So we have responsibility for this disconnect between our contract and what was provided. And in addition, your report is saying that neither one is really following best practices. So trying to get both together is probably better for both entities.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mayor, but it's important to note that these staffing issues and us not getting what we're paying for is not just this year. It's not just this contract. We haven't been getting what we've been contracting with for a minimum of 4 years. A minimum of 4 years. And believe me when I tell you, I am not making this political. This is not because Sheriff Penzone sits in office. If we go back, I'm sure when Sheriff Joe was in office, I don't think we were getting exactly what we're paying for. So regardless of who is in office, I believe that this isn't just a contract issue of short staffing that happened just this year. This has been an ongoing issue that I've continuously brought up to this council, and we've now are drilling down on it and finding out it's true. So yes, I understand what you're saying about it being the year before, but 4, 5, 6 years in a row not getting what we're paying for is unacceptable.
Have the numbers that we've been contracting for changed over the last 5 years?
Yeah, they're going up like crazy.
No, I'm saying, the number of deputies and that, no, they've been relatively the same, right? So the contract has been the contract. We've just been renewing it. So. And paying more, but getting less.
Not like getting less, just not fulfilling the contract.
Well, I look at it as getting less because they're not fulfilling the contract.
Well, I guess maybe we have to wait till November, but I'm wondering how do we determine what we get, what we're paying for? I mean, we had this audit done, we had this study we paid money for, so we're not going to be doing that every year. And Greg, you talk about the beat system, and that goes back to day one, right? And I don't know, I imagine the sheriff's office came up with that as a means to
I'm sure they did.
try to itemize the contract. And, and if we go by caseload, I think what I'm hearing you were suggesting is the better method. I mean, are you going to recommend, besides our own PD, are you going to recommend a major overhaul of how we do the contract if we keep?
Yes. And that will be a component, is that major overhaul. And let me say something that should be perceived as defense of the Sheriff's Department. And that is this. As I've discussed with all of you one-on-one, we do this all over the country. Mm-hmm. And, just very recently, as I was doing some more research for this study, I discovered that the Sheriff's Office literally has only a half dozen contracts here in the county. And you are the largest one at 23,800 people. Most of their clients are 6,000 or under that they're contracting with. So in fairness to the sheriff, frankly, there's never really been a requirement, and I'm going to use this term not pejoratively, but hopefully accurately, to be sophisticated in their contract development. There's communities where I used to live in California, in the Inland Empire, San Bernardino County. The sheriff's office has contracts with nearly 12.5 agencies. Some of the cities are 170,000 people. So the contracts and the terms and conditions of those are sophisticated, and they're also based on long-standing, relatively complicated formulas that sometimes, though not always, embrace best practices. The sheriff's office here hasn't just really had the opportunity to do that because they're not working with contracts like that on a regular basis. So one of the things that we hope to bring is some of those best practices to you so that you can have a discussion with the sheriff saying, hey, these are some contract best practices, we'd like you to implement these. And hopefully, the sheriff will say, oh, those are good ideas. Maybe we'll use them for the other 6 agencies that we work with. So that's something you need to be aware of.
They just leave Queen Creek?
They did.
Yeah. And Queen Creek, I don't know how many residents they have.
Queen Creek had already started with their own police department when this project commenced, so it wouldn't have been in their scope to find that out.
Yeah.
Well, great to have it, and I know maybe this is too sensitive to ask, but, you know, I mean, are we gonna have that kind of flexibility moving forward, do you think, with the sheriff's office in terms of changing, you know, getting a more sophisticated formula
you know,
and all that? I mean,
I have
or
to
is-
tell you that the staff has been really good at the command level in working with. There's a few things that kind of happened that were surprises to us, like when they consolidated the detectives into the downtown area and they didn't consult us, they just did it. Those are types of things that really should be in the contract and just really explain what our desires are and what they ought to be and have to be spelled out. I think we're going to have a great opportunity going forward. You know, we're going to take a look at the possibility of what it would take to bring this in-house. We're going to probably find that in-house there's no way we can afford it. So, but I do think that we're going to be looking at performance metrics to include in a contract. I already talked about, you know, response time's already in there now, but I do think there's going to be some other things that we want to include in there. I like the idea of having caseload or workload in there, but in the end, it's all about FTEs or full-time equivalents. So I still think you need to have, like, how many deputies. I mean, you still have to have that number. We can get away from the beats, because when we were talking and doing the financial assessment, their budget and finance person really wasn't familiar with the beats. And she had the wrong FTEs, and we said, no, 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 no. If you look at the contract or the intergovernmental agreement, it spelled out how many FTEs were per beat. And so we were able to get that explained to them. So again, even at their administrative levels that are the folks that support the sheriff's office don't necessarily always understand what the beat number is. So I say get rid of that for sure in the next agreement and just spell it out. And I think that we need more plainer language going forward. And again, having some performance measures. You know, I think you've done a great job tonight with your going through the findings. And there's some really good things that I think you're going to be able to bring to us in November. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
So based on this discussion, any particular work direction? I heard from Councilman Spellich that he thinks you should have 4 deputies. We're going to give you our recommendation, but we'll also build a model, you know, surrounding that. Do you have any other guidance?
I'd like to know, I'm not saying we shouldn't have 4 deputies or that we shouldn't have 19 patrols, but I want to know what the difference in cost would be.
Well, we'll articulate that in the draft report.
How much would if we went with what we have, how much would we save?
And that'll be in the draft report.
Right.
Absolutely. All of those numbers will be costed out.
Just briefly, and I know everybody's tired and we all want to go home, but I don't, any of the subjects that I've discussed with the council members and the mayor and everything, this is not geared towards trying to get rid of MCSO. Is it my ultimate fantasy or whatever you want to talk about, law enforcement related, that I would like my own police department in Fountain Hills? Absolutely. I would love to see Fountain Hills have its own police department. Do I think that MCSO is doing a good job? Yes, I do. My main concern is we're getting what we paid for and that they're fulfilling their end of the contract. And I will be totally upfront and honest with you. I have not even talked to you about numbers. We've never discussed numbers, correct?
No, correct.
I can guarantee you that all of you up here, if you had heartburn over what you saw was the fire contract, keeping in mind we own everything that the fire department has here, minus just bodies in a truck, the going and getting your own police department, I recommend all of you call your general practitioners and get a minimum of 10 milligrams of Valium and take it just before he makes his presentation because your heads are going to explode. It's going to be a big number. But what I like about this, it just affirms the fact that we're not getting what we're paying for and we need to focus on fine-tuning that contract so that we get exactly the service that we need and we deserve.
Oh, thank you, David, for those comments. And I mean, if you would ask me 25 years ago when we had the Marshals Department, we were getting a ton of grants and new cars and building up. I mean, we were like this close to getting our own police force. And I was at the newspaper at the time, and I still don't know exactly what happened, but, you know, they pulled the plug on it, and the die was cast more or less back in those days. So we could have had it at that point. It didn't happen. And then to Greg, I think, are you going to delineate some recommendations on the proactive time in terms of how that can be better utilized, or suggest some
Absolutely.
programs?
All of that will be embedded in the report. So we'll give you different options with different costs associated with those options. We'll give you our recommendation, you know.
Well, I don't know if there'd be any more costs involved if they're already on duty and they're
Well, there would
doing
be
other
costs between a contract that deploys 3 deputies and 1 sergeant versus 4 deputies and 1 sergeant. And
I
we would
understand
tell
that,
you
but-
what Councilman Magazine said. We'll give you that delta. What would be the cost? What would be that delta for an in-house police department?
No,
You know, we'll give you a couple of different staffing
Yeah.
models, plus here's a staffing model A and B. If we were God, you know, we'd tell you A. So
No, I
we'll do that.
understand all that. I guess I'm honing in on the proactive time in terms of
What to do with proactive
yeah,
time? Yes,
like-
we'll give you some suggestions on how to better utilize proactive time.
I mean, and is that something we could even write in a contract? Or?
You can, yes, you can devise performance measures around the use of proactive time, like you will do X number of traffic stops. You know, that would be an expectation that, now, having said that, I can also tell you the sheriff might not want to go for that.
Well,
But that's something you negotiate with them.
Well, that was my next point.
Yeah.
Like, if you ask for too much, I mean, it's like
Right.
I'm not saying we're being held captive, but in a certain sense, we don't have a lot of choice here.
Well,
so.
and there's 2 elements to that, since, you know, between us chickens all in the room, which is everybody here, but the bottom line is you don't. You don't have a lot of choice other than your own police department or continuing with the sheriff. But having said that, you're also the 800-pound gorilla of contract agencies for Maricopa County. It's a small gorilla. Maybe it's not 800 pounds because you're only 23,000, but everybody else is 6,000 or 2,000 people, so.
I think one of the things that we had in the past was a flexible, like depending on what was going on that year. So one time we wanted, you know, community policing. Another time if there was all of a sudden a lot of speeding or whatever. So we did have that built into our contract, that we were able to say, well, look what's going on, or fentanyl or something, you know.
Yes.
So basically, if we could have something like that, some suggestions of things that would be good and conducive to our community.
Yes.
And then, but it doesn't mean we have to do that for the 5 years of the contract. You know, maybe
Correct.
something else is going to happen.
Again, as I suggested, you could do this in side letters, you know.
Did you look at all, I know they have their own pension plan. Does that come into this discussion at all? Since we're the biggest contract with them, do we have the biggest piece of the liability with that pension plan?
I haven't driven yet to that level of detail in the contract. I can't answer that for you yet.
Vice Mayor, we're so small compared to the rest of, I mean, they're in this huge multi-million-dollar budget that our pro rata share, while it's significant to us because it's, you know, it is growing and it's a large number, they're not like hitting us with more than just our pro rata share. So any more than the other agencies around the valley and their local police departments are to them.
And also that this agreement is actually with Maricopa County, and county supervisors. So that was something that we were talking about earlier too. So, anything else? I hear a no. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and adjourn us. How's that?
Very good.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.